Hello everyone, Assalamu alaikum. Welcome to Flutter audio video collab tutorial, and this tutorial is by The Best Tech. Let me tell you who this app tutorial is for. Definitely for beginners to advanced learners. If you are a Flutter beginner learner and you want to be an advanced learner, this tutorial is for you. And if you want to land a job and you want to write on your CV that, okay, you have developed a cool app, this is for you. And if you're a student and you want to write it on your thesis, because I'm going to provide you a lot of materials and pictures and graphics that you'd be able to use on your thesis. And this app is complex enough, so it's best suited for your college thesis. And if you want to use this app as a prototype and based on it, you want to build more complex features, definitely this is for you. At the end, it's just all about mastering how to build app. Why? Because we are going to use a lot of complex features and architecture to build this app. Now let's take a look at some of the functional features of this app. Definitely it will have third-party login like Google, Facebook, and Apple login. We'll also cover how to do phone number login. After all this, we'll be focusing on how to do text chat, image chat, and exciting features like audio call chat and video call chat. And at the same time, we'll be sending notification. And this app will also have profile section. And more about notifications. You'll have notification as you receive text. You'll have notification if you have an audio call from other party. You'll have notification if you have a video call from someone else. And if you initiate a video call, you'll have a sound on your side. If you initiate an audio call, you'll have sound on your side as well. And eventually, we'll also see that our chat history is saved for a long time. And at the same time, we'll see how to send images and icon with your notification. And now let's take a look at some technical features of this app. Definitely, we have used Flutter framework, we have used Laravel framework, and we have used Firebase service and Agora SDK. Now let's see how they would be connected in our app building. So definitely here, Chatty refers to our app. Now Chatty would be first talking with Firebase for login request. Once we get that one, now Chatty would be talking with our Laravel service or Laravel backend. Over there, we'd be saving data, user data, and Laravel would be also used as for authentication. So next time you want to log into your app, instead of talking to Firebase, actually you would be talking to Laravel. So we'd be learning how to build APIs along with using Firebase APIs. So if you want to master API building skill, this is the right tutorial for you. And at the same time, we'll see how to integrate Agora, Laravel, and Chatty at the same time. Now here, another thing, Laravel and Firebase, how they would be working, you may ask. Laravel and Firebase would be working for sending notification. Our Chatty app, when you send message, first will send the notification to Laravel, and Laravel would send the notification to Firebase, and Firebase would send the notification to other users, your intended users. They would receive the notification. Now let's see the core focus of this tutorial. So definitely we'll be building beautiful UI. And along the beautiful UI, we'll see how to manage our app state since we'll be dealing with a lot of data. So our app is pretty dynamic. At the same time, you'll also master how to work with local storage. We'll not only save our chat history in Firebase, but we'll also save the chat history in local storage. With this, you'll see our app is very fast. It's a seamless chatting, just like the one we use on WeChat or Facebook. Now, another feature, I'll walk you through step by step how to build API for your own server. Apart from learning how to use the API from Firebase, you'll also learn how to build API using Laravel. At the same time, we'll see how to connect our app, Laravel, and Firebase together using our backend API. We see the same with Agora SDK, where we'll connect our app, Laravel, and Agora API for talking with each other and initiating audio and video call. So after all this, let's start our exciting journey to Flutter app development. Ice in my veins.
lanes, I've been driving this train. Years in this lane, there's no stopping this flame. Cause I came to the game and I changed it to play how I like, rearranged it to my own domain. Yeah, I got what it takes, made lots of mistakes, taking shots, skipping breaks, feeling lost, feeling great, popping off, singing straight, never stopped, never changed. All the squad here to play, and I've got something to say, yeah. I work hard each and every day, I get lost in the words I say. I don't push pause, no, I push play. I won't stop till I make a change. I withdraw on the things I make. I turn flaws into flawless traits. I build tall, never capped in space. I won't stop till I hear him say, oh, oh, la 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 la, la 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 la, oh, oh, and I'm up again. I got tired eyes, need a cup of blend. That's right, in the AM, that's my only friend. No light, just the sun coming up on the horizon. I lose track of time, yeah, I move fast and climb a new class divine, yeah, true passion shines. And I'm through passing time, I choose stacking dimes. You snooze half the time while I move passing by. I work hard each and every day, I get lost in the words I say. I don't push pause, no, I push play. I won't stop till I make a change. I withdraw on the things I make. I turn flaws into flawless traits. I build tall, never capped in space. I won't stop till I hear him say, oh, oh, la 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 la, la 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 la, oh, oh,
Okay, so now on Postman we need to do a few things. We have to have this user token because this would be sent from the HTTP request. So we have to have this user token. Now how to get the user token? Let's go to our Flutter app. So we'll go back to our Flutter app and we'll see how to retrieve this user token first, because we are going to use it on Postman to mimic the API request. So we need this thing. So let's now inside the app, actually somewhere there is a print method. So let me go ahead and find it, that I have done this print method, and it should help us to, okay, I think this is over here. Yes, so we do have, once we try to log in and restart our app, then we get this thing. Okay, so let's go ahead and sign in. Click on this. So we're gonna sign in, and I'm gonna select this guy, and let's see. Okay, yes, so we have this thing over here, and actually this is coming from over here, because if you restart your app you will still see that it's visible. Okay, and this is where it gets printed. All right, now so this is the token that we are going to use to do the test, and this is the user token. Yes, I know we have talked about access token. Yes, access token is still used in this API request, but we are still not ready to use it. Before we go ahead and use access token, we have to make a middleware in Laravel. Previously, we have seen how middleware works in Flutter app, but it works pretty much the same way in Laravel as well. So you will have better understanding. Anyway, so I'm going to copy this. So this is this user, this guy. Well, we don't have his name or anything like that yet, but we'll have. So we copied his user token, and then over here, I'm going to open up Postman. So now you have to have this one like this. So this is a new endpoint, and we are also passing a variable value or query parameters actually. So you have to give it value. So this is the user token. Now this is the object user token that would be grabbed from HTTP request. So we have to have value for this. Okay, all right. So in Postman we set this. So remember how to do that. You have to have a question mark and then user token, and then whatever I have copied from there, I'm gonna put it here. All right, and then I'm going to send this, hit the send button, and yes, we see that we have a user over here. Now, okay, now this is the token that I have sent. Now this token is for current user, this user, right? Okay, now here we see another token, and that's the token of other guy in the system. Now in our system, actually we have two users. How do you know that? Because I just logged in using my other account, right? Yes, I have just logged in using my other account. So that means I have two users. Now I can also log in again using my former account, using this one, and in that case we'll have a different kind of token, so which we'll see very soon. So let's select this guy, and then okay, so over here we got a token. Now where is our token? Now we do get OpenID. Well, if it's so, no problem. I'm going to restart it, and I know that this would get hit. Yes, so this is the token I got. So now let's go ahead and copy this. All right, and then we are going to use a Postman. Now we'll put it over here, and then we'll see this is the other user and their information. So now if you have a lot of users, then we'll see that their information, they all show up here, and we'll simulate that very soon. Let's go ahead and hit this button, and this is the other user, right? Okay, great. Now actually I said that in our system we have two users and we want to see all of them. So how to do that? In that case, actually we have to briefly change the settings. Okay, now this is the code over here. I'm just going to remove it for now. We'll put it back together. So that condition is gone. That means that it'll select all the users, and after that actually it will return over here as a JSON format. So get returns us all the users. So in Laravel, get returns a collection of objects like the collection that we have seen before in our other Firebase tutorials. So over there you also do get. So get always returns pretty much in all the major languages. They always return like a collection. Anyway, so now with this we'll get all the users. Okay, now we'll come over here, and then we can just simply remove this. Even if you keep it, it's fine, it's not going to interrupt. So here we'll see we have data for two users. So let's do that. And now here you see, so here data, and inside the data we have a collection. So the first one is a map, and the second one is another map. So two of the users, and they have very two unique ID, and that is returned over here. Okay, so that's beautiful. So it means that our API end is working. Now here's one problem with this API end, because anybody can use this API if they know our domain name. Well, of course in our case the domain is localhost, but when you put it in a live server, and anybody can know this API, actually it's easy to know this API name, and then they can just do like this. Even if you do it on browser right now, actually you'd be able to access all this information. Let's go ahead and check it. So here is our browser, and I'm going to hit like this, and you see that we see all the users information over here. So it means that this is hackable. Anybody can hack this thing easily. Just to replace this one with a domain name, and they can hack us, and this is a major security concern. So we have to override this problem, overcome this problem. To do that, so next all we need to do, well, not all we need to do, that sounds so simple. We need to build our own middleware. So we have to first check whoever is making this request, the user is logged in or not. We don't have a mechanism for this one right now, okay, whether the user is logged in or not. So we have to use authentication. Okay, so that's where the middleware comes. Before we hit this one, actually the body of this method, like this is a function, right? Before we hit this one, we'll first go through authentication, like, hey, are you authorized user to use this app or not? If you are, what do you have? Give me your token and give me your access token. And this is where the access token comes in. We'll use access token in middleware. So next we'll see how to build our own middleware And then from middleware, if we can verify ourselves, then we'll come to this function and then return the necessary data. If middleware verification fails, we'll just simply tell the user, okay, you don't exist, or you are a fake user, like that. So let's go ahead and do that. Okay, so let's get started. The first thing we'll do, we'll go ahead and create a middleware. Now, where to create this middleware? Now, to be able to create middleware, you have to come to this folder over here, inside this middleware folder, and over here we'll create our new middleware. So that would be a new class, and here we'll just simply call it checkuser.php. That's it. And after that, the first thing you want to do over here, you want to have this PHP tag, right? Because we are in PHP. And then the next thing you should do is mentioning your namespace. So what is the namespace over here? So we are inside this app folder, and after that HTTP folder, and after that over here we are in middleware folder. So that's what we need to mention over here. So namespace tells you where a certain file is from your root folder. So this file over here, the one that we created, that's under app, HTTP, and middleware folder. Cool. All right. And we are going to use a closure class. So let's go ahead and mention it. Since we are going to use middleware, we need a closure. And then what else? Well, for now, actually, we are good. So if we need more of this classes or objects or facades, we'll import them later. Now first, create a class, and here we'll call it checkuser, just like the file name. And inside this, we want to create a handle. So here is a public function handle. Now handle is the function that you should create in your middleware class. And eventually, this is the function actually that does all the magic and calculation. So this is something that you should not change. It's the convention and it's the rule to use handle. Okay. So in general, it'll take two objects. One is the request object, all right, which is the HTTP object, and as well as over here we'll have a closure object, and we'll call it next. You can call it anything. And then over here, we'll create an object which is called authorization. And then over here, we'll get the request object, and then we'll get header. And in the header, authorization. All right, now once we hit our postman actually, so previously we have seen that you can send like this, okay? So a variable, and it carries values, things like that. So we'd be sending, but now that'd be sending in header actually. Now that header section would be coming from our Flutter application. Okay. Now in Postman, actually you can also set headers. Over here you can set headers, and which we'll see later. Okay. So once we're done with the middleware building, first we'll check over here. Then we'll check with the headers, and then we'll go back to Flutter app and check it. So that's how it should work. Okay, so here our authorization object. Now that would be actually eventually our access token, this authorization. Okay, now we'll check if it is empty or not. If it is empty, so if it is empty, then we are telling, okay, you are not authorized user. Okay, so here we'll just return a response, response, and then inside this we'll have our code. So the code is this one, 401. 401 means that you are not authorized, and then here we'll have a message. The message is authentication failed. So here we do authentication failed. And then the last one, the response type actually. So once we use the response object, we also have to say what kind of response it is. Now for the code itself, the code section, you can type in anything you want. It doesn't matter. I did 401. You could do anything. And after that, actually, let's come to the next line. And over here, we do 401. Now with this, Flutter framework will give us 401. 401 means that the user is not authorized. Okay, authentication failed. All right, so this is the first step. So once we call this API, the API that we created, it will go through this handle function. And how does it go through? Actually, we'll show you very soon. All right, even in fact, we can do it now. So let's see, we do have a bit of issues over here. Okay, now here I have this typo, so it should be a function. Okay, all right, and most probably I do have this one, and I need one more. Okay, great. Now with this, the error should be gone. Now let's save it. Okay, great. Now every time we call this API, we have to verify that how it goes, right? We have to verify the API request. And how do you do that? This time, because we are building our own login API, so we have to do it through this middleware. So our middleware over here, we can just simply tag like this. Okay, we'd say middleware. And what's the middleware name? Check user. That's all. Now we're gonna save it over here, and after saving it, of course, we have to tell Laravel framework where to find it. Okay, actually now this check user, this keyword actually should be registered in our kernel. So kernel.php. Let's go ahead and do it over here. Now in kernel.php, we have this route middleware. So inside this route middleware, we have to write like this, check user. So this is the keyword actually reflected on the route. Okay, now that's how you do that. Now where is our middleware? Our middleware is inside this app directory, right? We know that. And then inside this HTTP directory, we know that. And after that, we also know that the class name is check user, and then you have to use this class. All right, okay, so yeah, that's how it works. So we created a middleware, and then we registered it over here, and the keyword is check user. And once that is done, we can come to our API over here. Now inside the API, right after this, mentioning this route over here or any function, then we are saying, okay, before you actually enter into this actual method contact, let me check whether you are a valid user or not. So the first thing to check the validity is this authorization, whether you are giving me a header, an actual token. Remember, previously we have sent token from here, but that was just a token, not an access token. Remember, we have two types of token, right? So once again, if you come over here, first time when we insert our data into the database, we have token and access token. So from Postman, actually I was just using token, not access token, but actual authorization should happen using access token. All right, so now I'm going to come to our app over here, backend. I'm going to save it. Go ahead and test it on Postman. Let's make some quick changes. I wouldn't say changes, actually tweaking. So over here, looks like I missed E, so middleware. So let's save this. And let's come to our kernel.php over here. Over here, actually, we also need to mention the middleware folder, which I missed. So now with this, we are good. And the last change we want to do is in our middleware itself over here. So right after this, actually, you should return. Otherwise, you'll get an error, okay? So let's return here like this, next request. So this one we have to return. Now, if this condition is not true, which means that it has authorization, it will go to the next step, okay? So we have to have this, otherwise it will throw an error. So it means that whatever happens here, if this is, it fails, which also means that, okay, there was authorization, then just go and do whatever you are doing. So you are doing this one over here. So you had this controller. So you go there, find this method and do something, do whatever you want it to do. So that's the idea, right? Okay, now after this, I'm gonna go to Postman. So in our Postman over here, make sure that you have this one selected. We don't want to send any headers yet. So let's go ahead and hit the send button. And then here we already see that unauthorized. Okay, now this is coming from our code. So this is the code that we have over here. If you see in Postman, in our code, so this is what we have seen. So this is what gets returned because the user is not sending any kind of authorization header, right? So that's why it doesn't work over here. That means our API is actually working. What if you want to send some kind of header? So in that case, just come here and send bearer token. Now, for now token, you could put anything. It doesn't really matter at this moment because our app over here just checks whether we have any token or any kind of information in authorization. So authorization is actually over here. Now, of course, later down the road, we'll see how to send this authorization from Flutter app. In Postman, we are just mimicking it. Now, this time it would work. So it'll, of course, get me all the users possible, okay? Whatever the users we have. Of course, this token is not a valid token, but in the code itself, it's just looking for, hey, do you have something? It is empty or not? So for now, we are just checking it is empty or not. If it is not empty, go ahead and do this thing. It is empty. Oh, no. You can't continue with this request and visit this API. So that's how it works. Okay, wonderful. So next we'll continue. So let's go up to our middleware over here. So first we have to work on our bearer token. I mean, there might be empty space and things like that because we are eventually going to get a token, and that token would be as a bearer token. Bearer token is sent for authentication. Now, eventually our bearer token would be our access token. So that's how it would work. So now over here, I'll create a variable and I'll call it access token. And after that over here, I'm gonna use a trim function, PHP trim. And then over here, I'm gonna use another trim function, but that is ltrim, which means left string. And inside this, we'll send authorization and then we'll send bearer. Now you may ask, what is this? What's happening here, bearer? Now bearer, this first, of course, we have to know ltrim. Okay, so what does it do? Now, when I do like this, say for example over here, authorization is equal hello world, okay. Then when you do ltrim, so here we would do authorization, and then over here we do hello. All right, so what did it return us? It would return us world, okay? So why? Now this refers to this whole string, right? Okay. Now ltrim would try to look for hello in this whole string, and it would only look for one and only on the left side. That's why L, okay? So it would look for that one and remove that. And if there is another white space around it, it would also remove the white space, okay? So that's what it does. Now trim removes white space on the left and on the right at the same time. But ltrim just removes white space on the left side. Okay, so that's how ltrim and trim works in PHP. So if our token is bearer token, now it will have a space. Okay, for example, if we come over here, actually, now here we don't see that we have any white space, right? Yeah, but when you send it from our Flutter app, it will have white space. Let me show you. Now, this is the Dart class, which will eventually get called, and inside this, we'll see bearer, and after bearer, we'll have empty space. So you want to remove the empty space from your app, right? So, and because bearer is not part of, the word itself is not part of our token, so we don't want that. So that's why we have this one. So with this function, ltrim and trim eventually would be able to remove this any kind of empty space with our token. Hopefully it makes sense. Now this is authorization. This one eventually actually would contain our access token, and this is what we have seen so far over here, right? So this would be as our access token, and about this we'll see more in future, so don't worry. Now let's come over here, and inside this first we want to verify whether there is any user for this token or not. Okay, so here we do result user, so we'll create a new variable, and then we'll call out db facade, and then we'll have this table. Table is users. All right, and then from here we would do where condition. So in our database we have access token, we know that, and then over here we'll have access token, access token, this one. So we'll see if this two matches, or actually if it's not really matching, if whether from our users table, if we can find a user who has access token as same as this one, the one has been sent. That way it should make sense. And then over here we can select our user. So what do you want to select? Just like last time, we want to select ID. Well, we don't have any username over here. We have avatar. Now we know that div is a facade, and for div facade we can just go ahead and import this and put it over here. All right, now the error should be gone. Okay, so that's what we get. So if there is a user, we get that, right? Okay. Now there are a few other things actually we need to do along the way. First, of course, we need to check if empty. Well, if the user is empty or not, actually the user exists or not, we need to check that one, because we don't know the result from here, so we need to check it. All right, so if user is empty, then over here we're gonna return response, and then inside this we'll have our code. All right, so just like earlier time, over here we're gonna use 401. Well, it means that actually like there is no user over here. Message, and then over here we could say user doesn't exist. User does not exist. And after that, here we just return 401, which means that not authorized or user doesn't exist, things like that. Okay, and then after that, actually we also wanna check, well, if we pass this line over here, that means that user exists. Okay, now over here we would do expire date. So let's create a variable expire date, and we want to get it from our user. So user res, this one, res user, and here we'll have a field which is called expire date. So expire date. Now remember, if the user exists, inside this we'll have expire date. So we are trying to get that expire date as well. Now over here we'll also check if expire date empty or not. Okay, so this is multiple checking on the user if the user is valid or not. So that's how it works. So now I'm just gonna copy this from here and put it over here. Now over here we'll say that you must log in. You must log in again. All right, so something is wrong with the expire date, so it's empty or it can't be found. So either way you have to log in. If it can't be found, it means that user might not be legit, so let it log in first. Okay, all right, and then we want to check our expire date. So let's go ahead and check that expire date if it's less than certain time. So now over here we need to use carbon class, and then we'll get with carbon we'll get the current time. So current time is now. We're checking. Now of course there is an error with this. Well, it still say it can't find it. Most probably I need to restart my VS Code, then it would work. But anyway, so I'm going to get it from here, and then at the top I'm going to use it. All right, okay, so now expired it. So if current time is less than bigger than the expire date, which means that actually it has really expired. Remember over here, when first time user logs in, actually we give it a day of expiration day. 30 days, okay? And as well as next time it logs in, we also give it a expire date over here. We just add it. Okay, so that's what we are doing. Now, if you logged in 32 days later, so current time is bigger than this expire date because your expire date is only 30 days in the system, but you logged in 32 or 35 or 40 days later. That means that the current time is bigger than your expire date. All right, because over here, actually we are saving a date. So this is a date. So that date is smaller than this date. So that means that you have expired. So if you have expired, so I'm gonna get this and put it over here. And over here we could say token has expired. So your token has expired, like that. You must log in, okay? Well, it should make sense. Now with this, after that, actually, okay, we know that the user exists, but the token is expired. So we can add token time to it, okay? We can add expiration more date to it. I mean, more time for the user. So over here, we're gonna create a variable and we'll call it add time. And inside this, first we'll get carbon now, and then we'll add date to it. But of course, like this, so we can say add days. So over here, we're gonna add 5 days. All right. Now, after adding 5 days, we still compare because I added 5 days, maybe you logged in 70 days later. So there's still a problem. So we have to check it again and again, okay? So with the old expiration date and after adding the new one, so that's how we work. Okay, so over here, we would do expire date. If expire date once again less than add time. So here we'll add expire date again, add expire date. Over here, we do like carbon now, and here we do add days, this one, and we'll add 30 days. And after that, here we'll get our div facade and we'll get this table object, and we're gonna update our users, okay? So here our users table, we get that one. So inside this we'll have where. So find the user where with access token field, access token, and then here we'll have access token. And then let's update the user. First we find the user and then we update the user. So for updating, you have to select which field you want to update. So here we want to update expire date field. And with this, you have to give it a value. So what value? Add expire date value, this one. So what happens over here, if we see that expire date is smaller than current date, which means that the date has already expired, so we just tell the user, go ahead and log in first. And if it's not, it means that we still have some date. And we add 5 days with our current time, and we compare. We do that just to check if we are very close to the expiration or not, okay? Just close to the expiration or not. Now, this is not necessary, but I think it's better because you don't want your user to log in again and again. So that's why if you can check, okay, this date is close to expiration date, because with the current date, I have added 5 days, okay? Right, previously, maybe you are supposed to expire in like 3 days later, okay? 3 days later. But now you added 5 days with the current time, so of course this 3 becomes less than 5. In that case, we auto update, okay? We auto update the expiration date. Okay, it's better. You don't want user to log in again and again, but once again, this is not very compulsory, but I would do it like this, okay? So hopefully it makes sense. All right, okay, great. Make sure that we don't have any typo. Add time, add days, carbon now, users, access token, expire date. Okay, and the last moment over here. So request over here, request user ID equal over here. So we're gonna set some of the values over here which we'd be able to use later. So user ID. So now this query will have user ID. So we set it to the HTTP object, because remember we are still inside this middleware. So we set this kind of value over here so that our controller, if necessary, can use that. Okay, for now in this certain method, actually in this certain method I'm not going to use everything, but this middleware would be used in a lot of different places. So I want to set all the values possible so that I don't have to grab them again and again. Okay, all right, so here we do request, over here user type. So we know that be a user type, so res user type like this, and then we'll have request and we'll get username, so res user, here we'll have name, and then over here we'll have request and user avatar equal res user and avatar. All right, what else we could set? The last one is user token, request user token, then we'll have res user token. Now this is the token actually that's being used from Firebase, the one that we got from, no, this is the token. So this is the token is actually that we generate on our own, right? So anyway, this one would contain a lot of information after the query if the user exists, right? And then we'll set it to the request object. The benefit of setting these values to request object is that because actual request object is served by the container, which is auto-injected, which means that this values you can use it anywhere from your app. You don't have to get that actual object, create a new instance and use them. Okay, so this is the benefit. So I'm setting all of them over here at one time, and then I don't have to use and find, I don't have to find them again and again. Whenever I want to use that, I can just do request user ID, request username, things like that. And with this, our life becomes easier, simple. But anyway, here I do have a typo. It's not user type, it's just type, because these are the things that we send from our front end. All right, so now with this we are ready. Now we can still go ahead and do a test over here, and most likely it will fail because we are not ready for a lot of information. So anyway, let's go ahead and do a test. Now first thing, let's go ahead and hit send button. Now user doesn't exist because here I send this token. Now this is not the actual token. Okay, now where to get the actual token? If there is a certain user, the actual token would be this access token, as I told you before. So I can copy this access token and then I can get it. So I copy this and then I'll come over here and I'll try to put it. All right, so this is the actual access token, which is our bearer token as well. So we are sending it. Now let's go ahead and hit the send button. So here it says that we have an error, and this error is on this check user line 47. Now it says that this is undefined properties, and let's go ahead and check it. Now this is line 47 over here, and it says that this type is not defined. Now the reason could be that over here that we are not taking this user type. Now let's go ahead and do that, and then I'm going to come over here and I'm going to save it, and after that let's try it one more time. So this is the token, and then okay, so we do find a user, and where it says that, well, we got all the users. Now we did give it a token. So what token? Now of course we get all the users from our database, but we just send one access token. Why all the token? The reason is over here. Over here actually it's passing. There is no problem with this middleware anymore. The problem is here. Remember, we had a condition before and we just change it. So first, of course, you have this token. Now this token is actually the token that we set over here. Okay, so this is the user token. This is the other kind of token. Okay, now this token actually we retrieved from here. As you can see, we retrieved from here based on this access token. Access token is the actual key, and once this passes verifies, we retrieve a lot of other information. And this is another reason why I told you I set them over here. The beautiful thing about it, you can just directly get them. Okay, so you don't need to worry about this. Now with this condition, let's try it one more time. So here this time we just get only one user. Okay, now this user has this access token and this token, and this is our database. All right, okay, so yeah, so this in this our database, this is the access token, and we'll also see that that certain user has a token, and this is the other token. Okay, now we can get access token for the other user. Okay, now this users will see that the token is FB. So let's go ahead and try it over here. Okay, wonderful. So our API and middleware, everything is working as we expected. Next section, we'll see how to use it from Flutter app. Okay, so here we'll go ahead and load the data from the server and show it on our Flutter app. Now to be able to do that, first we need to come to our folder over here, like contact folder over here. We need to work on this binding class over here. Well, we already have actually. If we have, after that we're going to work with the state class. So let's go ahead and do that. Now inside this contact state, we need to first create a state variable, and that would be rx list type, and inside this we'll have contact item, this class, and then over here we do contact list as the variable name, and then we'll type, what's our type? Contact item, this is our type, and then we'll tag it as OBS so it becomes reactive. Now of course at the top we need to import getX, so let's do that. Import package get. All right, great. With this the error is gone. Now let's take a look. What is this contact class? Now it's a model that corresponds our server response. So if you take a look at the server response, this is what exactly we send. Now from server we get actually JSON object, right? JSON. So that's why we have this JSON method over here, as you can see, from JSON. Now, well, let's confirm that these are the things we are returning. So if you come over here and if you see the login method of a contact method actually, so avatar, description, online token, these are the things that we return, and hopefully this is the same thing we're returning over here as well. So token, name, description, avatar. Looks like name field is missing. So in that case, we can just tag name over here, and then we are good to go because name was missing previously. Just let's save it. And now come to Flutter app over here. So now these are the things that we should be getting from Laravel, right? Because you see, we get everything. We get a collection of users, and then we send it in this object over here, and this is the data object, and eventually we'll get everything inside this over here. Now let's go to our state variable. Now how it works, because state, this is a list, right? So if you have two users, they would be added inside this list using the add method, list.add method, which we'll see very soon. Okay, so this is the first thing we did. Next, now we need to come to this contact controller over here. So we don't need others. So sign-in controller we don't need, bindings we don't need. Let's close them. Yes. Now inside this, we're gonna override our onReady method. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. onReady, and then super.onReady. Now over here, actually we can load data. Now remember, before even loading data, we want to show this loading icon, right? So over here, that's why we do easy loading dot show, this one. All right, now inside this, let's set up the properties like just last time we did. So over here, we would do indicator, so circular progress indicator, this one. All right, and then mask type, easy loading mask type dot clear, and then dismiss type on tab, that is true. Okay, so that's the first thing we did. And after that, over here we're gonna, whatever was inside our state variable, we're gonna clear that. So we have a list over here which is contact list. Now we're gonna call clear. Okay, so we clear everything, and after that we're gonna call it. So call the API, the actual API. So over here, what is our actual API? Contact API dot post. Now first we need to import it. Looks like it's not recognizing contact API. Let me put a dot over here. Okay, now it recognizes. We'll take a look at this very soon. And inside this, there's a method which is called post contact, and this will get us all the result, and we'd be saving the result in a result variable. So now to say this thing, if you are on Android Studio Mac, so you just simply go ahead and click Command B. So it'll take you to this API. Now this API actually written in, as you can see, inside this common folder and APIs folder and contact. So you can open it up and see it over here. So we have this inside. Let's find our APIs over here. So there are all the APIs. Now this is the contact API, the page. Anyway, so over here, so we have this post contact method, and this is the endpoint that we have over here. So our endpoint was this one, contact. All right, okay. And then inside this we have this contact response entity. So this is contact response entity. Now of course, once again, from server side we get the code we get from the server side, code, data, and message. Now just like last time we have seen when the user logs in and return data, so just like that one, we have this three sections, three fields over here. And inside the field, actually over here we actually call contact item from JSON. Okay, so this is the from JSON method that I was talking earlier. So they are in the same class over here. So you send this thing, and we see if there is data in this JSON field, this JSON data, if it's null or not. If it's null, we just return empty list, or empty list. That's it. Otherwise we'll get crash. Now this checking, actually our Laravel server is not doing the checking. If you see, Laravel server actually, whatever it gets, even if it's empty, it returns. So we are doing this checking on the front end. Now if there is a data, so we put it in a list actually. So this is the list, contact list, and from here what do? We get all this data in a map one by one, get it from there, we convert it to an object, then actually we save it in this list over here, and this is the list actually gets returned from here. Okay, and this list would be able to save it in this result variable. So it's more like, a little bit sounds like complex, but that's how it should work. Because once again over here, if you go to this API class, you'll see this contact response. So it may deal with a lot of other responses. Okay, so that's why it's kind of independent over here up to this point. And over here we inject whatever we want actually. Okay, or we actually call, I wouldn't say we inject, we call, like is based on this one. If it has data, that means it has to be list. So I create a list, and from each list we take each of the item, because this is from, and inside this we have this map method. So map method takes each of the item, and after taking each of the item, it converts it to a object. So it happens in a loop over here. It goes, because if you have two users, so both of those two users data would be returned from our Laravel backend, and now we would go through a loop and we would put it in this list, and this is the list eventually get returned from here, and then we save it in this result variable. Hopefully it makes sense. Anyway, so now we can also print data over here. So we would say result.data, and we say data is not empty. All right, let's see what we have. It looks like we do have a type over here, local variable data. Okay, now since this is a this network request, actually we have to use await. Now if we use await, then we have to use async. Now there is a problem with this approach. You shouldn't really put async over here. So far I would say this is not the way to go, but soon I'm gonna separate the code, don't worry. So here I would do result dot code equals 0. In our case, code 0 means a success. If we are successful, then we get the state object, and then inside this we have this contact list, and we add all the data. So what data? So result dot data, and we say it's not null over here. Okay, so with this, however, whatever the users we got, we add everyone in our list. And we do see that it asks us to put this one, but we already did that. Let's take a look. Result, well, it did. Okay, now over here, actually this is add all method, not add method. All right, and after that, if the data is loaded, or even if there is no data, we can just simply do easy loading dot dismiss. So we don't need this loading icon. Great. Now this is method, well, everything over here, the code, we don't want to put like this, it looks a little messy, so we can just separate it. So we'll create a new method over here, and we'll call it async load all data. Now here we're going to put this, and it'll throw an error because of this, so we're going to put it over here, and then we remove this thing, so we don't need this one anymore. Okay, now we can simply go ahead and call async load data, and we are good to go. All right, so with this, when our controller gets injected, when our controller gets injected in the memory, onReady method would get called, and if it does actually, so it would be try to load all this information. Okay, but of course it would only get loaded when we come to this contact page, otherwise it won't get loaded. All right, but if we get loaded, actually we are going to print the data over here, as you can see. All right, so let's go ahead and do like this as it suggests. Okay, great. Now let's restart our app, and we'll click on this contact page, and we'll see how it goes. Let's go ahead and do that. So now over here, we don't see anything about contact controller because we are not really using the contact controller, even though in the view we said, hey, we are going to use this one, but we didn't. So that's why if you see the log over here, there's nothing about this contact controller. Now about getX, the controllers are only created and initialized when you really use them, otherwise they are not. Okay, so it is to save memory, and which is very beautiful. All right, great. So in next section, we will see how to build this UI actually and start to use our, start to show our information over here. Okay, to be able to do that, we need to go to our view. So what's our view? So let's check our view. So we'll just simply look for contact. Now here we do see that contact. No, we don't see the view.dart file over here. So I'm going to open the project explorer, and then I'm going to come inside this, and this is the view. All right, so for now, state we don't need, entities we don't need, contact list we don't need actually. And let's see, where is this contact list? So this is the contact list page, and the contact list actually should be calling this the one that actually we have in our controller would be using contact list. All right, so this was our view. Now view simply returns contact list, right? So inside this contact list, actually we should be doing our stuff over here, not exactly this view, actually this one. So now inside this, let's come over here, and for now we are going to remove everything. We're going to remove everything over here. Now inside this, first we'll use custom scroll view controller, custom scroll view, this one, not controller, custom scroll view, and we are going to return. Now inside this, we are going to use sliver. Now go ahead and do that. Well, first actually we could do sliver padding. So we have to use that as a let's see, slivers, actually slivers, and then inside this we'll have sliver padding. So let's apply padding to it. Now we'll do edge insets dot symmetric. All right, 0w 0w. For now this is what we have, but we are going to change it very soon, so don't worry. Now inside this we need to import package screen util, this one. Okay, great. And we don't need this. Okay, now it does look like we can't have it like this, so we have to do symmetric, right? So we have to mention vertical and horizontal. So vertical and horizontal. All right, great. And inside this we'll have sliver. So sliver. Okay, now inside the sliver we'll have sliver list. Now once again, sliver list has better performance than just a list view. Now it wants you to add this delegate. Now the delegate over here would use sliver child builder delegate. So we'll have child inside this, and then we'd do like this, and inside this we're gonna pass context and index. And right after this, actually we'll have a method, actually function, right? So the function itself over here would be able to access the controller object, because of this one we need to mention here get view, and then contact controller, this one. All right, so now we have this controller object available. Looks like we need to import get view first, get package get. All right, now inside this we do like this. So dot, now we have the state variable we know, and contact list. We know that now this contact list contains all the data from the server, and we are going to use it in a variable, so we'll call it item. All right, so that's the first one inside this delegate. And right after this over here we need to do child count. Now once again, child count would be coming from controller state dot contact list dot length. Now with this, actually we are pretty much ready to at least kind of show this user information on our front end. But how to do that? Well, let's go ahead and do a print method over here. So we'll do item dot like say name. So this is what actually we'd be getting from server. Now since this is a server call, this might take a little bit of time to show it or print it over here. So that's why I'm gonna wrap this around a widget which is called OBX. So I'm gonna cut this over here, and then here we do OBX, and then inside this we'll just simply put whatever we had early, this one, and then we should be using a return statement, return over here, and then like this. Okay, we are good to go. Now this view from here would call this contact list. Now the contact list has OBX type, so whenever our value is updated. Okay, so let's go ahead and restart our app, and we'll see what happens. And okay, it's loading. Now here we can go to contact page, and here actually it loaded, and we also see this guy's name over here because that's what we printed, right? This is beautiful. Now if we go down and let's go to our center over here and then log out. Now I'm gonna log in as my other user, so this would be this guy, so we'll see the other guy printed. All right, so now let's go there, and here we see, okay, so it means it's working. So if you have more users on your backend, so you will see that more users are being printed over here. That's beautiful. Okay, great. So it means so far it's working. Now the next step should be actually showing them on the UI, right? First, we're gonna create a widget. So that would be widget type, and here we'll say build widget, build list item over here. And then inside this, we'll have contact item object, and then we'll call it item. All right, let's go ahead and import things. And then inside this, simply first we're gonna return a container, return container. And now inside this, over here, first we'll have decoration, and then we'll have box decoration. And for box decoration, we'll have border, well, not border radius, let's do border and border over here. Now inside this, we'll have bottom, now border side over here. And inside this, we'll have width one and color. Here we'll have app colors dot primary secondary background color. Now looks like we need to import this guy over here. It's imported, and then primary secondary background color. This is the one that we want to use, and that's it. So after this, let's go ahead and check what's causing this. So it wants us to use a const modifier. We did that. All right. And after that, actually inside the child itself, so this is the child. Now inside this, we can use inside container, we can use a child, and we'll use inkwell. All right, inkwell, and inside this, we'll have ontap event as well. So ontap. Now for now, we are keeping it empty. We're not ready to click yet. Now inside this, we'll have child, and then we'll have row, and inside this row, we'll have children. Now how they should look like. So why I'm using row, let me show you. If you come over here, so this one and this one and this one, they are all in one row, but actually this one is in the row first child, and this two together actually is another row. So, but this row is as a child inside the big row. Okay, it should make sense. So that's why first we'll have a row. This would be the first child. This would be the second child, but inside second child we'll use another row to separate them beautifully. All right, so let's come over here now. Now inside this, what we could do here, we'll have a container first. So let's go ahead and do the container. All right, great. Now inside the container, we could do width and height. So here we do width, so 44W, and height 44W. With this, we'll get a circular container. And then right after this, actually, we could do decoration one more time, and then we'll do box decoration. And over here, we'll have like say color. So first go ahead and do color, and app colors dot primary secondary background color. Now we need more styling with this, but the styling I'll do a little later. Now here we'll have child, and then inside this we'll use cached network image, cached CACH actually. All right. Okay. Now inside this, we need to have our image URL. So let's go ahead and do that. Now image URL inside this item object, and which is as an avatar, and we say this is not null. Now let's go ahead and save it, and we'll see how it goes. All right. Looks like it didn't. Well, I'm not sure that it loaded or not, but we don't know that yet. Now give it a width and height over here with 44W, and so that was height. Now give it width. Okay. All right, let's load it one more time, and we'll see how it goes. see the image yet. Now this is because we are missing some of the properties of it. So one is called image builder. It takes context as well as image provider, this one, and inside this we'll have in the container. All right, now inside the container we could use let's see, we do have so inside this container we could do decoration, and then we do box decoration, and then we do, well, we could do that later. Let's see. First we want to see our image, so we would see decoration image. Now inside this there is image property, and then we'll use our image provider. Now let's save it. Well, looks like it's still not visible. Let's restart our app. Let's come over here. Okay, we don't see that, and well, if we don't see that, first thing we could do over here, we could do avatar, and we see that the avatar is visible. Okay, I was doing the wrong thing because I didn't even call this one. Let's go ahead and call this. Where to call it from? Actually, we can call it from here. So now inside this we can just simply go ahead and return like this, return like this. Okay, and then inside this we need to pass the object, this item object, and we should be good to go. Let's go ahead and save it, and we already do see that it showed up over here. Beautiful. Okay, now let's go ahead and do more styling with this. Now we don't need this thing. Okay, now over here we could do border radius actually, and we do border radius dot circular, or actually we could do all, and then radius dot circular, and then inside this we'll have 22W, so it would make it like more like a circular one. Beautiful. And there are other properties that we can set. Actually, it's too much to this top. So now here we're gonna do padding, and we'll do padding agencies dot only over here. Now for now we're gonna do it like top 10.w, 10.h actually. Now it should help us. Now it came down a little bit. How to take care of this horizontal issue? For horizontal issue, you can come down to our sliver padding over here. Now earlier we had this vertical 0 and horizontal 0. Now let's put it to 20, and then we'll see it changed. Beautiful. Now let's go back to the top over here. Now after that, actually we missed some other decoration properties. Now we could go ahead and do that. So over here we are good, and let's see, inside this one, actually the image itself, over here inside this container we could actually show a box shadow over here. So this is what we would do. And even before that, let's do border radius. Okay, we can do that later. So let's go ahead and do box shadow, a list of shadows over here, and box shadow. Now color, so colors.gray over here, with opacity 0.1, very little shadow, and then spread radius 1, blur radius 2, offset. Okay, so that's 0, 1. So 0 means actually X, and 1 means Y. So it would be down there, very little. Anyway, now after this over here, now the shadow exists if you could change like this, and as well as if you do spread radius 20 and blur radius, spread radius 10, blur radius 20, so you see that it shows up like this, and which is a little ugly, but we don't want it like this. So here actually we could do border radius, and here we do border radius dot all, then radius dot circular dot 20W. Let's save it. Okay, now that's gone. because that's pretty much the same as our container. Now, yes, we do have this radius box shadow thing, so we don't want it like this. First, you want to change it to 1. You'll see it becomes very light. That's fine. And we also don't need this. We also don't need this. All right. Okay, so we'll have a little bit of shadow on the y-axis down there. Okay, it's very little. Okay. All right. Now with this over here, the styling is pretty much done. Now we need to go ahead and show our name and the arrow button. And to be able to do that, we could do right after this container actually over here. So we'll have a new container. Let's go ahead and do that. And here we'll do width. We'll do 275.w. And then child again. Now child would be our row. And then we'll have children. Now the children would be pretty much like 1 over here, 1 over there. Now for this one, first we want to have a sized box. Now that would be showing our name, and we'll give it a width. Let's see, I missed D over here. So over here we'll have width, so with 200.w, and then we're going to give it height. So 42.w. Right after this we'll have child, and then we'll have text. Now the text itself is item.name. Let's save it, and we already see that thing. Now okay, this doesn't look really good, so we need to do a little bit of styling one more time with this. The first one, the text styling. So over here we do style and text style. Now inside this we'll have font family. Oh, okay, go ahead with font size or font weight. The font weight would do font weight dot bold. Our name would be in bold, and let's save it. Okay, that's bold. And after that we could do color, and here we do app colors. App color is the third element. So that would be especially for name and text, and this is didn't change anything, and that's okay. Font size, and we're going to do font size 16 SP. Okay, let's go ahead and save it. Okay, it become bigger, and then we want to change the font family, and Avener, this one. Go ahead and change it. Okay, so the font changed as well. Now the problem, if you have very long name, it may cause overflow issue, but for now we don't have a long name, but in future if you have a long name, it may cause overflow issue. So here we want to take care of this overflow, and text overflow dot clip, this one, and we could also say max lines 1, maximum line 1. Now to be able to say this thing, actually you could do like this. So blah blah blah, so you could do a long name, all right, and you see it's got cut off, all right. But if you don't do this one, you save it, it happens like this. Okay, so yeah, this is better. And then inside this we'll have like item.name. That's what we want, and this is the name of this guy. Now we see that this is too close over here. How to solve this issue? Now to solve this issue, actually inside this container over here we could do a padding. So aginsets dot only, and then over here we do top 15. Well, for now we just have one, but in future we might have many. And then left like this. Okay, all right, so now we do have a bit of space over here, and in future if we might have a lot more. So anyway, so do right 0w and bottom 0w. That's how it works. Okay, great. All right, and then after this, here the styling is done, we want to show our actually arrow icon over here. So let's go ahead and do that. Since we are in a row, so row is going to put two elements next to each other. So this is our next element. So here this is a container with 12.w and height 12.w as well. And then inside this we can have a child over here, and child would be image.asset. Now here this is inside our assets folder, assets icons and ang.png. All right, let's go ahead and save it, and we say it like this. All right, now we want it to have actually go to the very end as well. So what property we can set inside this? So now inside this over here, we'll set up a property which is called main axis alignment, and we do main axis alignment dot space between. So it would put it at the end, very end. And then over here we could do cross axis alignment and cross axis alignment dot start. Let's see. Now the alignment looks much better with this. Oh, it did look like it went up a little bit. So to fix this issue, simply we could just do over here a margin. So here we do edge insets dot top. Well, here we need to choose dot only, and then here we do top 5.w. Okay, so it came down. Now it looks like they are more aligned. Now at the top over here, we want everything to start from very line of this one. Okay, so make sure that it does. So that's why set up other properties to make sure that it's all organized. So main axis alignment start like this, and then over here we'd also do cross axis alignment dot start. Let's save it. All right, so it went up a little bit. Now we do see that it came down a little bit. Now for this reason, actually we can change a bit over here. So instead of 15, we could do 10. Now it looks like it's very aligned and they're all together. Okay, now with this it looks perfect. So let's go ahead and let's go to contact page. So we say this guy, right? Okay, now this time we can log out, and after logging out we'll log in again. And hopefully this time we'll see a different guy, because I'm going to log in as this one and we'll see this guy. Okay, yes, so over here we have this one. That's beautiful. Now that's one thing. Before I wrap up, you should also know if you're using Android, so make sure that your server side here is this URL, otherwise you will get error. Here we'll see what we are going to do for the upcoming sessions. Now we know that we can go to contact page, but we aren't able to start or initiate chat. So this is what we want to do next. Now this would be like this. Say for example, this is the guy that you want to talk to. So you'd be selecting him or her, and then it would take you to a new page, and that new page you'd be able to send messages. So this is the first thing we'd want to do for the next few hours. Now actually it's not as simple as we think. We have to do a lot of work with the Firebase server first, and then we'll see another thing is that once you start initiating messages, for example, say one more time, I come here and send messages to this guy. Hello, I'm gonna send message, and now if I go back, actually I would be seeing him here in the chat list. So that also means that not only would we start chatting, we'd also show our chatting history here, and we'd be able to access the guy or the person that we are chatting to from this page. So this is what we would be doing. Now that's a lot of work, so let's get started. Okay, as we said that once we click on this, we want to initiate chatting, start chatting, and how that should work. Before we go dive into actual coding, let's take a look at this picture. Now this is a simple diagram of how chatting should work in our system, and this picture should help you to understand more. Now at first glance it might not be very clear, because we didn't do the coding yet. So once we're done with the coding, it would be very clear to you once you see this picture one more time. So but before coding, we have to see what we are going to do and how we are going to do. So 2 steps. First, before coding, we'll look at this picture. It would help us to understand better. Then coding would be easy to follow, but it won't be 100% easy. Once we are done with the coding, then we would combine coding and this picture together to understand how things work. All right, so there would be 2 users, right, for chatting, because it's not a group chat over here. It's a one-on-one chatting. So this is user 1, this is user 2. Now imagine user 1. Now user 1 might have many friends, right? Okay. And these are all user 1's friend, and this is also user 1's friend, this one. Now this is user 2. User 2 has many friends, and user 1 is one of them, right? Okay. Now in our database, in our Firebase database, first we have to make a query. In the query, actually, we'll make a condition using this where function. Well, we have 2 where over here, but we'll take 1 where. Okay, all right. Now using where, what are we looking for? Actually, we are looking for document ID. So in Firebase, we'll save our chatting history in document ID. Now each user, when it tries to talk with another user, 2 users will have unique document ID. So if me and this user, we try to talk, we'll have unique ID. If this user and this user, we try to talk, we too will have one unique ID. And if this user and this user, we try to talk, or they try to talk, they will have unique ID. Okay, so between 2 users, we'll have unique ID. So that's the first thing we have to know, and that ID would be saved in Firebase, something called as document, and we'll see that what it is later. So that's the first thing we need to know. Now inside the document, actually we'll have fields, or like properties you can understand. So inside the document, we'll save some information, like if you're a user, your token, and if this is user, this user's token. So remember, these 2 users, they will have unique document ID. In the document ID, we'll have fields. One of the field would be from token and a to token. So in the field, we'll save user 1, this user 1, his ID, and this user's ID. So in the document, we'll have 2 different IDs. We'd save them, and those IDs are actually token. So he will have unique token and he will have unique token, and each of the token will save in the document. Say for example, this is user 1. This user 1's ID is, token is 1234. Now if I'm going to talk with this guy, we'll have a document. In the document, we'll have his token and his token, and my token is 1234, and his token could be anything but unique. When I talk with him, actually in that document over here, we'll also save my token and his token. Remember, in this case, my token is still 1234 and his token is still unique and different from his. The same over here. When I try to talk with him, in the document, we'll save my token and his token, and my token is still 1234 and his token is anything and unique. So whoever I talk, actually will have unique document with those people, and in the document we'll have our token. Token is to identify who you are. Hopefully it makes sense. Now first, when we do where query, in the query we'll use as a user, user 1, his token. With this, we'll find all the documents that has this token. What's the token? 1234. And with that, we'd be able to find all these users that I have talked. If I didn't talk with this user, actually I'll not find anything common in this user. So that user would not be in my list. So when we do a query using document ID, using token, that will return us a collection of data, and that data would contain all the users that I have talked with. How can it find? It can find using where function, and in the function we'll have a condition, and we'll supply where, in the where we'll supply this user's token. So once the first query is done, actually for user 1, it would return all the people that this user has talked with. All right, okay. Now if this user has talked to this user, so the query would do the same thing. So this query would return us all the users from the database, including this user, this user, this user, and this, but not this. Okay, all right. Now you'll see here why we have second query, second where function. Now remember, when I do the first query, it just returns us me as user 1 talked with all the people that I have talked with. She or he's one of them. But this time actually I just want to talk with this guy, not anyone else. But with the first query, it returns all the users. But as I start chatting, I'm selecting someone. I'm selecting someone very unique that I want to talk to. I'm selecting a certain person, or like from our contact list, if you say, I'm selecting a certain one, not all these people. I have talked with many, but this time I just want to talk with this one, even though I have talked with him or her before, but I'm just clicking this one. So this is where the second query comes. So when we add these two queries together, now here is a dot. In Firebase, here dot in a condition means AND operation, okay? All right. So with this AND, what will happen? With the first where sentence function will return all the people that I have talked to it, and then I'm adding more condition, and I'm adding another person's token. So here I'll add this person's token. Remember, each of the document ID, like if this refers to a document ID, it'll have fields, and in the fields we'll have we'll save our token, my token and other users token. So with these two together, it will have just very specific two users, one document ID. Remember, once again, with this you'll get bunch of this documents ID, all of them. I don't need all of them, I just need one. And who is this? This person. Now of course I have to search this person token as well, right? So in this query, in this condition, I'll put this person's token. So it becomes AND condition. Get everyone that you have talked to it, and then give me just this person that you have talked to it. So we need two tokens for this, my token and his or her token together. Whatever we get, that document would contain the information only between two of us, not other people. Hopefully it should make sense. Okay, so if before we dive into further, let's go ahead and do the coding, and then we'll come back again. It'll make more sense. Okay, now we'll open up our Project Explorer, and inside this contact list, actually we want to start and initiate chatting. So here we need a function, because once we click on this, the function would get invoked and it would take us to a new page. So here we'll have a function and we'll call it controller.goChat. Now inside this, actually we will pass our contact item. So contact item, this one. Of course, GoChat doesn't exist, so we have to create one. So here, contact controller, inside this, and right over here, actually right below it, we can create a new method, and we'll call it void go chat, and it will take contact item object, and we'll call it item, that's all, and then we'll return like this. Let's go ahead and import it. All right, so here it's imported. Now click on this contact item and let's see what it contains. Now we see it contains token, name, description, and avatar. And whose token does it contain? Well, actually it contains this user's, not you. You mean if you are the actual user of this app, it's not your token, it's the other person's token, remember, okay? All right, so this is contact item. It's all about other users, not about you. So whenever I have this token over here, actually this token refers to the token of the other person. All right, okay, so we have to be careful about that. Now let's come inside this. So over here, actually, we're gonna talk a lot about this token thing. Contact item. All right, put it like this. Now at the top, actually, we can get token, our token, the user itself, like this user, his token. Now, do you know where it is saved? Actually, it's saved in the user store.to.profile token like this, and we need to import it, otherwise we'll get error. Okay, great. Now if you still don't remember what it is, okay, let's go ahead and click on this. So here it is, the profile value, remember. So once we log in, so first we get the token here, right? Okay, and then the whole object profile offline, this is saved inside this profile object, this underscore profile object. Now this underscore profile object is user item. This is the user. So contact item refers to the other users, not you. Now inside this, we remember that it has also a token, and this token is this user's token. Hopefully it should make sense. Okay, so now once we refer this one, user profile, so profile is a getter, then we can get token from it. So that's what we did over here. So user to profile dot token. All right, okay, great. And here the error is gone as well. Now this is the token we got. We also have to get our Firebase data store instance. So we do Firebase Firestore dot instance. All right, because we'll store our chatting data in Firestore. Okay, great. Now after this, we can just come over here and start working on this. So first we'll get all the data from a message collection. Now the collection doesn't exist. If the collection doesn't exist, it'll get created first. So don't worry about that one. So Firebase collection contains documents. So collection like is a table, okay? So inside the table, you'll have many rows, and each of the row is a document. You understand it like this. If you're using MySQL or other similar database, you know, they have table, and inside each table there are many rows. So collection is more like a table. Anyway, so now inside this, after that, we'll invoke this function with converter. All right. Okay, now here with converter, it takes object. So here we'll pass message object, message from Firestore. Now this class we need to invoke, import actually. All right, and here we also see an error. So let's go ahead and put async modifier. And well, okay, it should work like this, no worries. And then for now, we'll just have it like this. Otherwise, we'll still have error. Now inside this, actually it takes a function, so msg and msg, and then there's options parameter that we need to pass, and after that just to return msg to Firestore, this one. There are a lot of things going on and I'll be talking about them, don't worry. Okay, and after it, actually we have to do the where condition. So I said we'll have two where condition. So here the first one is from where token, and then we'll have a condition to it. So here is equal to token. Now this token is this user's token, and with this we'll combine another where condition, so that is to token. All right, okay. Now inside this, the condition is actually is equal to, and is equal to whose token. This is very important. So is equal to, now here you see that contact item, and I said early that contact item has the information of the other user. So here we do contact item token. All right, and after that we just do like this, we do dot get. All right, so there are a lot of new things over here that I just introduced. Okay, I'm gonna explain everything step by step. But now this is the time that we actually verify these two where conditions. You can just ignore this thing for now. With converter, even if with converter is not here, it should still work, but it's ugly. We don't want to work like that. So here's the collection, and on the collection we run two where clause, two where functions combining together. So the first where contains from token the user that is trying to send message. It means the current user, the user of this app, and his token. So this is the condition. Now with this condition we get everyone on earth that I have talked or I want to talk. And over here, this one, with this I'm specifying someone, so it should be like this. So with the first where condition, actually you might get like this. With the first where condition, you will have everyone on earth that you have talked to or you will talk. Okay, and then with this you just get only one person, and that happens actually when you click. Okay, so that's how it works. So hopefully it should make sense. Now I'm going to put it behind. All right, now what is this with converter? Before I even talk about with converter, just one more thing. Once again, this message collection is not there. As I said, that it's like a table. If the table is not there, it would be auto created, which is different from MySQL table, which you have to create on your own most of the time. Well, of course, in MySQL it's also possible to create table on the fly, and that's fine. Anyway, now with converter actually helps you to convert JSON data to an object to a JSON data. So it's very convenient. Now previously we have seen a lot of examples like over here. So we give this model over here, user item, some JSON object, and it returns us, we give it JSON information, and it returns us an object. So what's the benefit of object? The benefit of object is that you can use dot operator, and from the field you can get anything you like, and it's very convenient. Once you put the dot itself, it shows up whatever this object contains. You get each of them. Okay, so that's why we want to work like this. So with converter, if you get data from Firebase, here you see from Firestore. Okay, now of course I'm doing a query over here, and the query should return me data from Firestore. So from Firestore, actually it returns me over here JSON data. Okay, but in the app itself, I want to work like this, that I want to convert them to an object. So as you can see over here, we are using Firestore Firebase or Firebase Firestore objects, which is document snapshot. So once you do a query, remember, with this query, what will happen? In fact, this query will continue first, and then with converter will continue. Okay, even though I wrote it early, but it doesn't really matter. So with this, we'd be able to get all the data from the Firebase. Now that Firebase data would be in this snapshot object. Okay, and from snapshot, we can get each of them. Now snapshot actually returns JSON or map, as you can see from the type over here. So from Firebase, we get JSON or map data. Actually, they're pretty much same. Now, as I said, that we don't want to work with map or JSON. We want to work with object. Over here, we call this message model or class. The class is actually at the top, and very simple. Okay, so this is the constructor. Now, of course, this method is inside this class itself, inside this class. So I have this class. So inside the class, I call the constructor inside this function actually. This function resides inside the class. Now in the function itself, I can call the constructor one more time, and then I can get a new object. So as I get the new object, that's beautiful. So over here, with this, when it returns, once everything is done over here, actually I get an object. I don't want to get a JSON. Once again, without this, it would work, but it would be only JSON type or map type data, which we don't want. The only purpose of this is that it's going to convert us to an object, whatever JSON. So the understanding is these two conditions gives me the information between two users. It returns me JSON, but of course it's a collection of data, collection of JSONs or maps. Because get, just like Laravel, it also returns you collection. We know that earlier we have seen get in Laravel. So once we get the collection of map or JSON, we convert those information from each JSON, we convert them to an object. Hopefully it makes sense. Okay, all right, and after that, actually we want to save it. Let's go ahead and create a variable. So here we would call it var from messages. So it's more like the person who is going to send messages, or the person who first start initiating the chatting from the contact list. So from the contact list, whoever is going to start the chatting first, we save that information in from JSON. Okay, now back to this one. So once I have this query and everything is done, I get result. What is the result actually? So it's the chatting information that I have talked to this person. That's the chatting information. That's I and this person talked. Okay, all right. But that's just part of the information. We can also do the opposite one, that this guy and this guy have talked. So this is the opposite, kind of opposite way of thinking, that whatever this person has talked with everyone and me, so just at the end, this guy and me, those data. All right, so now for this one, actually, all we need to do, just go ahead and copy this and put it here, and we'll call it two messages. And let's see what else we have over here. Now we are good. Okay, I think I missed one of this, and we can get rid of this one. All right, the error is gone. Now inside this, actually we need to change this condition over here. So the condition should be contact item dot token, and here just token. Nothing else changes. So what I have done over here, it might not make sense to you yet. So let me explain to you why we have this two different methods. Well, I mean over here, two different variables, they use same kind of methods, but only the condition changes. Over here it's equal to token, but here it becomes contact token, and here to token becomes equal to token, like that. So why this thing happens? Okay, let me show you a picture. Well, not this one. Okay, let's take a look at this one over here. This picture should make more sense to you. So here user 1 and here user 2, right? Okay, all right. And as I said earlier, every user, every two users, they only have one unique document. So these two users, they are sharing this document over here. So once again, two users will only have one unique document, and there are many documents. That means that this user has talked with other users, and those are the documents. Okay, now this is our collection, and in collection we'll have a lot of documents. Okay, now over here, this user and this user represented by this document. Now this document is only generated when one of the users start chatting from the contact list. So this would be our contact list. Now if this is our contact list, so if I click any of them, then any of them, very first time, if I've never talked with anyone, then if I click any of them, and one of the documents would be generated, and later down the road for chatting, for those, the one that I clicked, between that and me there would be a unique document ID, and later down the road if we talk, that document would be used again and again for reference. And that document is very important. Why? Because it contains some important information. Over here you can see from avatar, from token, from message, from name, and over here it's the same. Now we also know that each document has unique ID, very unique ID, each of them. So next time we talk, there won't be a second one, only one document. So what will happen first time, if you are a user and you try to talk with this user very first time, this would be generated, and at the same time our document will have some fields. For fields we'll have this information. All right, so where we'll have from avatar to token, and we'll fill up this information very first time when we talk. How to fill up them? So, well, if you're the user and you'll have avatar, so we'll put your avatar link, and you are a user, right? So we'll put your token as well. And if you send any message, and your name as well. And at the same time, here we'll have two avatar. Now remember, first time I'm talking with this guy from the contact list, So this would be filled in. At the same time, this guy I'm talking, his avatar would be filled in, his token would be filled in, his message, if he send me message. But of course, first time it is empty. We know that this one would be empty. Well, most likely this would be also empty first time, because first time you just open it and this document gets generated automatically. But anyway, so if I click on a contact item, so this would also be filled in using this guy's name. And this record is forever, right? And this document is forever with unique ID. This record is forever. So now you should understand why we wrote the code like this. Because, well, once again, so first we get this one. That's no problem. It works fine. But on the other side, if that user tries to chat with me from the contact list, well, definitely for that user, this would be wrong, right? I mean, this condition, this would return nothing for him, and this would return something for him, okay? Because why this would return empty for him? Because for that user from token and that user's token is not equal, so this condition is not going to work. For that user, once again, this from token and that user's token ID is not going to match. Why it's not going to match? Once again, that's because there is only one document. Okay, so for that user, actually this condition would match. So that's why we have to write, I mean, this query would match. I wouldn't say this condition, this query would match. So that's why we have to have both of them. But once again, later down the road, as we write more code, we are going to understand it. So now inside this, we're going to take it one step further. Over here, we'll have conditional check. First, we would use from messages, and from messages would return docs, and then we'll check if is empty. If it is empty, and two messages, docs is empty. If they're empty, which means that none of them ever talked with anyone, so it would actually return empty. There would be no record. We won't be able to find any documents. I know it may sound confusing, but once we are done with the coding of this page, we'll go through everything one more time, and then it'll make more sense. Let's go ahead. But one thing to know, to get returns collection of documents. So we get all the documents and we check if they're empty or not. But we know that in our case, it's just only one unique document. We know that, but we are using collections over here. So to look for collection, when you use collection, when you get collections and you want to look for more data from the collection, this is the way to go. You have to find what your collection returns. We know that our collection from Firebase return docs. Our collection from Firebase return docs. Okay, all right, let's go ahead. Over here, if this is empty, and this would be empty between two users if they have never talked with each other. So that's why we have done this condition over here. So first we have to get something called profile. So here we do profile, the variable name, and here we do user store, this one, and then we do to and profile. Now this profile would be the profile of the current user. Who is the current user? This is the current user, right? So we are getting his profile because we know his profile has a lot of information. His profile will have token, his name, his avatar. I mean this guy, not this other guys, right? Okay, so we get that one first and we save it in a variable. Now here MSG plays a big role. The MSG is the message object. Okay, all right, so that's what we are going to use. Now inside this, we know that last time we've said it takes from token, to token, from name, to name, from avatar, a lot of other information. So we have to give this information to it. So let's go ahead and do that over here. We do from token. Now from token would be our profile dot token, this one. Okay, now because none of the users have ever talked, so inside this we'll also use a to token. Now to token is coming from contact item dot token, right? So that's what we have seen from our picture, that this document should contain all this information. Now our document is not ready yet, but we are combining, because you have to give the information to the document. Document can't generate on its own. So this is where actually we are generating the information. So from here we would do from name and then profile dot name. Okay, so here we could also do to name and contact item dot token, dot name. All right, and we would do from avatar, and here profile dot avatar, and here we do to avatar. I think we already did to avatar. No, I think we missed something over here. So that should be to name actually. To name profile. We're here contact dot name. All right, to avatar. Actually, here it should be. Okay, let me take it down. I'm gonna put it here like this, and it should be to avatar. And over here we will have avatar. Okay, great. And it looks like there is a typo about this, so Let's continue with that one. Put semicolon. And here we'll have, we know that from online and to online contact item to over here we'll have online. And because this would be invoked for the very first time, so over here last message. Now in our field, in our document, we'll have a field which is called last message, and we'll set it to nothing because this is the first time talking. So over here it's the last time. And what is the last time? Last time is timestamp dot now. And then MSG, message number, is 0 because they haven't talked. Now you may look at this one. Okay, not this one, this picture. Now over here there are other fields that I didn't write over here. So like this field should be also here, like you have seen. So last message, last time, message number, they should be also here down there, but I just ignored that because this is the unique document and it contains unique information between two users. All right, okay. Now after this, let's continue. So we encapsulated information. Now we are ready to send it to the Firebase and we'll submit the data. So with this data, Firebase, or we would know that at least we tried to initiate a talk. Now over here, we would do var doc ID. Now up to now, we don't have any doc ID yet because these two users, they have never talked. So there is no doc ID. So first we'll generate a doc ID. And here we are generating this doc ID. This would be generated. So let's do that. So over here we do db.collection. Now here this is a message collection, and over here we would call with converter. Now with converter once again would work. So we have our message collection. Now the collection name, the one that we have seen over here. So this would be our message collection. And inside this, we'll have like this. So we have already seen that from JSON, from Firestore. But this time, actually, we are sending messages to Firestore. Do remember, with converter is a built-in function in Cloud Firestore. This is not our function. This is the built-in function in Cloud Firestore. So you just go ahead and invoke it, and you have to give it two methods. One is from JSON, the other one is to JSON. Now with to JSON, it has a special format, so you have to give it actual object, and you have to instantiate an object from it. So actual class type, model type is this one, right? MSG. And over here, we also have to give it options, and then MSG to Firestore, this one. All right. Okay. So with this, actually, we'd be able to add information to our Firebase document, Firebase collection, and then it would generate a document and return the document ID. But we didn't add it yet. How to add? We just simply do add. And then we have to give it this data, the one we have. But actually, we haven't saved it. We just created it, but we haven't saved it. So let's go ahead and save it. So over here, we'll save it. We'll call it var msg data. All right. So with this, we'll have message data. Now over here, we are calling this add method, and then we just simply pass msg, message data. Okay, beautiful. Now, once this section runs, this condition runs over here. Once this condition runs over here, with this, anyone you have tapped first time from here, it would add a document ID and document as well as this information. and this is the information just earlier I have talked. So now it should make sense. Now this condition is only true first time, not the second time, because first time these two are empty. But now this is where it should make sense, because you see, first time we run this condition over here, we already tag inside the document, okay, to token, like to avatar, to name. So even though I initiate the conversation first time over here, the other guy, on the other hand, on the other phone, for him, if he wants to chat with me from the chat list, it doesn't matter this time it's first time or second time, say he wants to chat with me from the contact list, for him this would be true, not this one, because inside the document ID, we already named him other guy as a to avatar and a to token, so his information would be returned only using this query, not this one, okay, because for him from token to token, that other guy is not true in this case, just in this case, because from him this one has been saved as like, so because in the document itself, once again over here, so this to token in reserved inside this contact ID, so this condition would be true, okay, and this to token would be to me, all right, that he is trying to talk to me. Hopefully it should make sense. Anyway, so now we'll come back and let's continue. Now over here we generate this document ID, and that's beautiful, and if we do that, actually now we can really go to somewhere and start talking. So this is where actually the routing comes. As soon as I click, everything up to here would be executed. Then it should take me to a page where we start chatting. Okay, all right, so we have to create this page and as well as the routing. So what kind of route we want to use? Well, over here we would do like this, get.off. Over here we would do like this, get.off, all named. Now here is our route name, so we'll have a route name as a chat, so we'll go to the chatting page. But as we go to the chat page, actually we want to send some information like this document ID, because this unique document ID will save all of our chatting. So this would be a root document for two users for chatting. Now inside this we'll pass parameters. Now parameters in getX using passed using this map type or JSON type. Okay, so that's why we have this curly braces over here. So the first thing definitely you want to send document ID, doc ID, this one, and this is doc ID dot ID. Now this is document and not exactly the document ID, so it has a property which is called doc ID, so we'd get that one. All right, and we also want to send another object which is called to token. So this token is the one that trying to chat. Okay, all right, so over here, so this token is the other person, right? Now his token, let's see, so over here we do contact item dot token. Now if somehow we don't have any token over here, we'll put it empty if there is no token. And after that we want to pass to name, and here we do contact item dot name, and if there is no name somehow we'll pass empty string to it. And over here to avatar, and here we do contact item dot avatar, and once again, if no avatar, we'll just put empty string. With this, I mean, our app wouldn't crash. At least crashing is a bad thing. And then over here we'll also have to online. So contact item dot to online, actually, like this. And if it is empty, we'll put empty string over here. But it looks like empty is not a string. So what we could do, we can convert it to string. All right, great. And in that case, it doesn't need this one. So once again, so first time, say I have never talked with this guy and this guy has never talked with me. So this variables from messages and to messages, they will all return empty. And if they return empty, it will fall to this condition. And if it does, okay, then I can get data. But of course, this would execute it once I tap on this. So my token, his token, because once we are already here, we also know other users' token, right? And we know them from this contact item object. So we put them together and create an object. And then if we don't have this message collection, that would be created. But this would only get created only once, very first time someone is using this app. Immediately this message collection would be created. Anyway, then we try to add this data. And as we try to add, actually, because we are trying to add data to Firebase, Firebase only accepts JSON data. So what do we do over here? We call actually MSJ to Firebase. To Firestore. Now this MSG and this MSG actually refer to the same class over here, as you can see. Okay, so we just call this method from this class using this object, but actually this is sent to this method and then we convert it. Then this method would convert the object we send, okay, to JSON. And if it is done, then after that we're gonna add it to Firebase. Hopefully it should make sense. In this case, this part wouldn't get executed because we are adding data to Firebase. This would get neglected and this would get executed. So this part of the data using this method would get converted to JSON object, then it would return to us. Once it returns, we just add it. Beautiful. And once the adding is done, we go to a new route. And this route, actually, we are sending the other person's his information, and we need that. Okay, because in this app, when you are a user and your information is always there, so we don't need to pass them. We can actually access them anytime, your own information. But when it comes to other user, so we have to send that information. All right. Okay, that's great. If this is so, first we have to go ahead and create our chat router, and then we'll see that we'll be able to click on our user and then we'll go to a new page and doing things like that. Now, right now, actually, we could do it. First, all I need to do over here, uncomment this. Because we don't have this route. If we don't have this route, you go to try, it would throw error. All right. And then over here inside this, actually, we can put some print method. Over here, we do like this. Adding user in the document, done. All right. Okay. Now, after this, actually, we could put like this, creating new document and user information, done. Creating new document and adding user info, done. That's what we'll have over here. And yeah, this is the first one. And the second, so this is inside this conditional check. Over here, we would also say print users are older, which means that this is not the first time chatting. So that's what we'll have. Now let's go ahead and save it. And before that, make sure that we have the correct simulator over here. So I'm going to use this one. Now I'm going to launch over here. I'm going to, let's see, put this one in the foreground, and I'm going to reload everything. That's one. And another thing we have to do, even before we start clicking on this contact icon over here, we didn't click on it yet. We have to create actually our Firestore database first. So let's go ahead and do that. This is our console, and from this build section, you should select Firestore database. Now this is the first time we are creating the database, and it's pretty straightforward. Okay, now I'll just go ahead with production mode, and I'll select my database. Now I'll select somewhere like, okay, I'm in China, so I would select Hong Kong. And then I'll do enable. You should select somewhere where it is close to yours. And now it may take a bit of time to creating it, but you need to wait. All right, I'm going to close this. We don't need these things. Now, as I said many times, that if we click on this chat item first time, this should be auto-generated. Now here is our app over here, and let's go ahead and click, and if we don't have any error, actually we'll see that there is a collection that's been created. So let's go ahead and click on this. Yes, we did, and well, nothing happens yet, but we are waiting if there is a change over here. Now, okay, we can refresh our app over here. Okay, nothing happened. Let's go back to our app over here. Now we do see that we have a bit of error over here, where it says that, okay, this is what we have. And as we are trying to click on, the color doesn't have permission to execute the specified operation. Okay, and the color doesn't have, so we have this permission issue. Now the permission issue could be solved from here, so we can set it to true actually. So we need to read and write operation, so let's go ahead and do that. Okay, all right, now after this, let's still stay in our Firebase console, and I want to go to the data section. Now I'm going to click on this, and then let's see how things go. All right, we don't see any changes yet. All right, now let's go ahead and recheck. Okay, here we go. And this has been auto-generated, and that's the beautiful thing, and this is what actually we wanted. Now try to click on this one more time. This condition would not execute. Let's check on this. We say that users are older. Now here is one interesting thing to understand. We can actually check over here. So here we can say from messages over here, and inside this we can check like this. So from messages docs is empty or not. Okay, so is empty, it just it would return us boolean, right? So if it is true or false. Now over here we're gonna check this one as well. Now it's two messages, and we do the same over here, two messages. All right, now let's save it over here, and we'll see what happens. Now let's click on this one more time. So here from messages false to messages true. And here we see that users are older. Now, how do you understand this thing? Is this empty? No, it's not empty because there is data. Over here, this is definitely empty because there is no information, and that's what I was telling you earlier. So for you, and as you initiate very first time between these two guys, okay? So if I'm the one very first time initiating conversation between this guy and me, this would return with some documents. So that's why it's not empty. Here I put is empty, okay? Now, of course, I can change this condition to make it better understanding. Is not empty. So now you may understand, because right now earlier we actually understood it the reversed way. So is not empty. Okay, let's go ahead and save it. Okay, now let's click on this one more time. From messages is true because it's not empty, there is data, and for this guy this condition doesn't match. Okay, so this one is not here, this is actually empty, here this is empty. Okay, now how to prove this thing? Okay, now this experiment I'll take one step further over here. Now this is my other simulator, right? So on this simulator I'm going to launch the same app and we'll see what happens, the conversation between these two guys. All right, then hopefully even after that it would make more sense to you. Now here I might have this already, this one. So now this app is booting up over here, as we can see. All right, anyway, if we have any older information, I'm going to log out and remove, and now I'm going to log in again with the other guy, this guy. So I'm going to choose him and hopefully we'll see. Okay, great. All right, now if I see and come over here, this is the contact, right? Now if now this is the other guy, right? If other guy chat on this, now this section would execute. Okay, so this time is not empty would become true and this would become false. Okay, here it would return false. Okay, let's go ahead and check that. Now let's look at our terminal over here. Let's click on this. Now here you see two messages true. This is not empty because for this guy from token is actually equal to 2 token, right? Contact IT token, this one, contact item token, this is correct because we have seen this in our picture earlier. So in this picture this gets set very beginning. Okay, so hopefully it should make more sense to you guys. Anyway, so now we'll continue. So with this we understand that how the whole thing works. If you still have questions, you can just find me, message me, and I would reply you. Okay, all right, so this is ready. What is the next thing you want to do? Okay, next thing you want to do, you should go to this message page. So let's go ahead and work for this. Okay, so we're going to work on this. Now, the first thing we want to do, come over here and insert this pages over here, and we also have message. So inside the message, actually we want to create a new folder and we'll call it chat folder. So let's go ahead and do it. Now inside this we are going to copy everything. And copy what? Let's see. So inside we have this few things, so I'm going to select all of this and just paste them here. Okay, great. All right, now after that I'm going to close this. We don't need this ones here. Only thing we need the controller, and others will open up. All right, so I'm going to open this chat folder and open all of them one by one. The first thing I want to do over here is by changing the name of this controller. So over here we'll call it chat controller. Okay, so let's do that, chat controller. Now over here we'll also have chat state actually. Okay, and we don't need this. and let's come to our state over here. So we're gonna change it to chat state. Okay, and for view it's okay, we're gonna change view later. Now over here, instead of this, we'll call it chat. Okay, now we can close this, we don't need this anymore. And let's go ahead and import it, and let's remove the unnecessary ones. And over here we'll have chat binding, and then here we'll change the name to chat controller. We're gonna copy this and put it here, and let's go ahead and import it. Great. All right, and well, we don't need this one, so all right. Okay, yes, so this is the controller. Now this controller should hit this chat route over here, this method, and then we should actually first load our bindings, right? With the binding, the chat controller would be injected. Now at the same time as it injects, the first it will try to initialize the variable. Now what kind of variable you want to put inside this chat state, because chat state we initialize over here as a state, so we need to inject variable or put variable inside it as well. So what kind of variable we want to put? So we want to put variable something like rx list. Here we would say message content, message content, this class, and here would say message content list, like that. And here the type is still MSG content, and then here this is empty list, so we do OBS. Now we gotta import over here package get. Okay, the error is gone. Now what is this? Let us take a look over here. So we can go to this class. Inside the class here we'll have token type and add type. So this would be actually used later down the road as when we send messages. This would be very important. All right, there are a few other variables that actually we want to save over here. So the first one is var to token. So for now this is empty OBS, and then var to name is the same, empty OBS, var to avatar OBS, and var to online dot OBS. All right, and for now we are happy with this. And why we need these two things. First, definitely, as I said, that we'll have a message button. As we click on the button, message would be sent. Before we send, we'll use this class to encapsulate the data in an object. Okay, that's why we need this thing. And this one, because when you go to a certain page, for example, see if we can go through it. Yes, so if I click on this, actually this would take me a page like this, and then over here you'd be able to show the username, profile photo, like that. Okay, so this is the first thing you want to work. Now the username actually would be coming from here, because as we click on this, we would be sending username to this page or to this controller. This is what we have seen earlier, right? So this route would send username, ID, avatar, and online, things like that. So as I click on this, a lot of this information would be passed down to this page. Well, it also means that first pass down to the controller. Okay, all right. So as we get that information, we'll save them in this state variables, the one that we have declared. Okay, so that's what we have declared. So we'll come to this page, we'll receive the information, and then we'll save them in this variables. So that's what, and that's how it's going to work like. So that's the basic idea. All right, now over here we will have onInit method. So let's go ahead and do that. So we do override and void on init, and inside this we'll have super dot on init. All right, right after this over here we want to get all the parameters that's passed down from the link, from the route, and here we do get the parameters. All right, now we can actually come over here and we can uncomment them. Okay, all right, so now they are uncommented. So this parameters, actually I want to grab all of them over here. Beautiful. Okay, and then over here we can also do print data to see what data is coming. Now the first thing you want to save is doc ID, which is very important. So data, because doc ID we send down, right? Doc ID. All right, now over here at the top here we'll say var late doc ID. All right, var, okay, then we can't do this one, looks like doc ID, we do string, I guess. Okay, and add a null checker, it's not null. All right, and then now we have the state variables that we just declared. So the first one is a to token. This one, remember we are passing down token, right? So here to token. All right, if this is null, we'll put empty string. Well, let's see what's happening over here. Rx string. Okay, so over here we need to do value. All right, value actually does the magic. It takes the value, state dot to name dot value, and then data to name. Over here state dot to avatar dot value, data to avatar. All right, and state dot to online dot value. Over here we do data to online. If it is empty, we'll just put 1 over here, that's all. Okay, great. Well, let's put double quotation. All right, like this. So this value would be initialized when I click on this and go to a new page. So that's what we understand. And now let's come to our bindings. So bindings is ready. We don't need to work with this anymore. We can close this. State for now is ready. We can close this. Message content is closed. Okay, now let's come over here. Now this is from our welcome page. Okay, now inside this we can just simply remove this. We don't need this one, and we can also remove this. Actually, this whole section let's remove. All right, now first we want to build an app bar. So inside this scaffold we'll have app bar, and we'll call it build app bar. This is a function, that widget that we are going to build. So app bar would return app bar, and here we do build app bar, and here it will return app bar. Now simply first we'll have title build app bar actually. Okay, now here we'll have title. So title, now in this case the title is very special because we are showing user's name at the top, right? So it has to be wrapped inside this obx variable, otherwise we'll get error, and since we are inside obx we have to return something, otherwise we'll get error. Inside obx you need to always return. All right, now here we do padding. We can do padding later as we work on the UI, otherwise it wouldn't make sense. Now here we do child text. Okay, now what is the text over here you want to show? Actually you want to show the username. right? Now we already know that we can have inside get view, we can mention our controller type over here. So our controller type is chat controller. As this is injected inside, we can get a variable automatically. That's called a controller. All the controllers that inside get view, any kind of controller, for that controller you will get an object which is called controller. And if you have the controller object, you can access all the variables that you declare over here. So that's what we are going to do right now. So here we do state dot to name, because this is the one that we want to show to the user. All right, now let's go ahead and first thing we want to do, we want to click on them. And actually, even before that, make sure that our pages over here, this route is enabled. Okay, otherwise we'll get error. Okay, all right, now over here for chat itself, we are going to import like this message. All right, and here chat index. And let's see, we do still have error. Actually not, that should be done. It's conflicting us with one of the views. Okay, I know it. Just like last time, the view itself, we need to change the name. So it is conflicting with other views. The other view, the one we already have. So that's why we had this error. Let's remove that, and over here, okay, all the errors are gone. Now let's go ahead and restart our app, because we have just injected a controller. This is the controller that we injected through bindings. Now let's come over here. All right, and then we're gonna click on this, and if we do, it should take us to chat page. Okay. Okay, looks like it's okay. Now why it's not working, why it's not taking us, that's because the conditions, they are not met. So the conditions should be actually either here or there. Remember last time we saw this only works very first time when you tap on them, and we already tapped on them, so it's just not going to work. But it would work. Let me go to the Firebase and remove my document, and then it would work. Okay. So this is our Firebase, and over here, actually, I'm going to delete this collection. It says that type in, and let's delete. Okay, so everything would be deleted. Now, if I'm going to click on this, it will take me to the very new page. Well, let's go ahead and click on this. Yes, and actually it did, and you also see that this is my name and information, and that's awesome, beautiful. So that's how it works. Now we can finish part of the work over here, and right after this, actually, let's go ahead and do overflow. Okay, so over here, text overflow clip, and then over here we do max lines 1, and then here we do style, text style. Okay, so what I'm gonna do over here, I'm going to put font family and Avener, this one, font weight, we do font weight dot bold, and here we do color, app colors dot primary text, this one. Let's save it. So we already have a bit of change, and font size 16.sp. So this is what we want for now. And okay, so that's what it is, and it's looking great. That's beautiful. Okay, so now we want to do this section over here. So this would be an image and also a positioned widget like this one. Now over here, we want to put an image. Actually, we should use action widget. Now, well, actions properties, not actually action widget. So right inside this app bar, right after this title over here, we could do actions. Now actions takes a list of properties. So as you can see, list of methods or properties. Okay, all right. Now inside this, if you see over here, we need a stack widget to go ahead because they're overlapping on each other, right? So let's go ahead and do stack widget first. All right, so we do stack, and then over here inside this we'll have children. All right, so first one would be working for our image icon, and that would be a container. So we do with 44.w, and this is what we are doing actually everywhere. For any kind of image icon, we always do 44 like that. Okay, and right after this actually we want to show our image. Now what is our image? Well, we can image as cached network image and a default image. So over here we'll have child. Inside this, as a child, we'll use cached network image, so the one that we have used before. So over here would say cached network image, and then inside this, let's see, it needs properties. So first one, it needs image URL. So here we do image URL, and we do controller dot state dot to avatar dot value. And it looks like it also needs other properties, like for example image builder. So here we do image builder. Now image builder takes context and image provider. This is the one it takes, and inside this we'll simply pass a container. And after this, with this actually we could actually show our image over here. Now as image we want to show, actually we could do it inside decoration. So we do box decoration. Let's go ahead and do that, and here we'll have image. Now image would do decoration image, and image, and here we do image provider, the image that we had over here. So now let's save it. Now this is what we see, and this is not what we want to see. Well, we need to work more on this, but eventually it would work. Now as we are inside this decoration box over here, actually we could do border radius. Here border radius dot circular dot 22w. Now with this we have like this. So now it becomes a rounded border. But at the same time, actually inside this one we should have error image. Like for example, what if you can't find image? What if the image is not there? So there should be a fallback image. Now for fallback image, here we do error widget. Let's see right after this. So here we are, and here we should get error widget. Here error widget. Okay, we got one. And over here we'd also pass context, URL, and error. Now these are the properties in general you should pass. Now here we'd pass image widget. Now inside this we'll just simply say we are getting an image from our asset. So here we do asset image, and then here we do assets images account header.png. So if we don't have any images, if the user doesn't have any images, so this image would be shown. Now once again, this image is coming from here. We already know that images account header, so this guy. So this would be the default image for user. All right, now of course it's too much to the left, and this is not what we want. So let's do a bit of work on this. Now the first thing over here, we have seen that we are inside this stack widget. Now stack widget, actually I want to wrap it around inside a container widget. Now outside of the container, we would be able to apply some padding or margin to it. So let's go ahead and wrap it around using container widget. We already did that. Now over here we could do margin, and with the edge insets dot only. So on the right section we could apply 20 pixels, so 20w. Now it should look much better with this. And also inside the stack widget there should be an alignment. Let's do that. So here we do alignment, and alignment dot center. Okay, now it's more centered actually. Without this won't be centered. Okay, now next actually we want to work inside this our positioned widget, the dot widget, this one actually. So let's go ahead and work on this. So right after this we'll have positioned widget, and over here we'll have child. So we'll do child, and inside the child once again we'll have container. Let's go ahead and do that, and here we do width 40 pixel or 14W, and height would also do the same, height 14.w. Now inside that, so we could once again do decoration. Now decoration always useful once you want to do something circular, and as well as if you want to do with border. Anyway, so here we would just do border, and here we would do border dot all, and inside this actually we want to apply border width, so which is 2, and then app colors, color, and then here we do app colors dot primary element text color, this one. Now of course if we go ahead and see, most probably it would be here, and this is not what we want, and this is very, I would say, a little ugly, and the positioning is also not working. So let's work on the position. So here we do bottom 5.w. all right, it came down, and over here right, so we do 0.w, so it would go to the very right section, and then give it a height. Let's see, even if we don't give it a height, I think it'd be the same. All right, now this is the decoration. Now inside the decoration actually now we could do colors. All right, so what's the color? So color, now over here in the controller section we want to see if the user is online or not. Okay, to online value, so if this value equal 1, then we show one color. So what color? If the value you can wall, so we do app colors dot primary element status color, which is this one. All right, so if this condition matches, if this condition doesn't match, then we do app colors, well, app colors dot, we do primary, let's see, primary secondary element text, this one. Now let's go ahead and save it. All right, so here we see this one, and this is not the one that we want. Let's make sure that primary element status, that's the correct color actually, and primary element second, that's the other color. So we'll continue and we'll see as we work, and we'll see how it goes. And now here we do border radius dot circular. Now it will create a round border for us. So here we do 12.w. all right, now by the way, before even we check this one, if you don't know what is this and this is called, conditional check. So here actually we use the ternary operator. This is called a ternary operator. So this is the value. If the value, actually this is called condition actually. If the condition is correct, then go back to or return this result. If the condition is false, then return this result. So that's how they work. Now here it did say that the user status is null, and we don't know why user status is null. It should be actually meeting this condition. Well, if it didn't meet, now we can restart our app and check actually what's going on. Well, now here from the initial log, we do see that here it says it's null. So if it is null, which means that this condition is not correct. So if this condition is not correct, then of course it's referring to this color, which is gray. Otherwise this was supposed to be this color. So from server it's returning null. So since it's returning null, So that's why we go back to this primary condition. That's why we go back to this primary secondary element text. So regarding this, actually we'd be checking later. For now, we'd be just putting it like this, and we'll see why it acts like this, because right now all we want to do work on this, actually this chatting section, the section we had early. Okay, all right, so that's what we want to work, but actually that's gone one more time because our conditional check is not working anymore, since actually this condition only gets executed only once. We can't really go back to the page where we were from here. Now that's a problem. Now if that's a problem, actually we can fix this. Let's fix it now. We don't want to go back here again and again, or actually we can just add more condition over here, and this is the condition that would be used later. So before that, let's remove this, and inside this actually we can just copy this one. But before we put, we should do some conditional check over here. So what's the check? First we would do from messages dot docs dot first dot id. Now from messages is a collection. Now collection returns a lot of docs, and we get the first one and the first id, and we check over here if it's not empty. If it's not empty, we go to this route, but of course we don't have the doc id over here. So what we could do, we can just simply go ahead and copy this one. So that should be our doc id, right? We have two ids. Okay, so if the guy who initiated this chatting conversation, if his id is not empty, okay, let's go ahead and do this, and he's trying to send messages to the other guy, and it stays the same. And well, now, so that's the first condition. So else we do another condition. Now for this one, actually we get just simply copy, or actually let's not do like this. Let's check over here, because we can't really else like this. So here we will copy this one and put it right below it. We'll see which one get executed. If you do if else, one of them has to be executed, and that can cause error. But here we'll just check which condition meets first. Of course, most likely this condition will meet first. But even if this doesn't meet, it doesn't mean that this will meet as well, right? So that's why we don't want to do if else. It's better you do like this. And from here we also do two messages, and everything else should stay the same because we are just going to a new route, and only thing we care about is doc ID. So the core doc ID, that's the ID that we care about. Now let's save it. Now after saving it, let's come over here. Now we say this, and this time we should be able to go there. Okay, so it's working. Now anyway, so this section, this color, this is gray. That's because the user somehow returned null over here. Now this one we'll fix later, so let's keep going ahead. Anyway, so now we are almost done with this and the head section. The other thing that's left over here is this back button. Okay, so there is no back button over here. What's the reason? Well, now if you come to this contact controller, here is the reason. So why it doesn't have any back button. Now we just directly copied this one from here. Now in this case, actually it was okay to copy everything because we just started a new chat. Oh, that was okay. But even if you do like this, that's not okay. But technically we should also change it over here. That's fine. But let's change it here first. Here we used of all named, so actually it's going to remove everything from the stack. Okay, we don't want to do that, so we want to do to named, and over here we want to do the same, to named. Okay, now let's go ahead and save it, but in this case we need to start our app one more time because everything has been removed from the stack. Now let's come over here and we're going to click on this, and we see the back button appears automatically. We can go back, the back button would be still there. So the idea is if you use of all named, it's going to remove all the previous pages from the stack. So all the other pages, they have gone, so there is nothing to go back, so there is no back button. But when you do it to named, so the back button is still there. Okay, so this is what you have to understand about getX and back button and going to a new page. Otherwise you might be very confused that why this is not working. Right here actually want to work on the body section. So for body we would do body like this, and definitely inside this we want to return a safe area. So let's go ahead and do that. So inside safe area we'll have child, and then we'll have stack widget one more time. Now why stack widget? Actually later down the road when we keep talking about the code you would understand more, but definitely first thing we want to do, we want to achieve this result, the result you see over here. So this box and these things, they should be pretty fixed. So this is the reason that why we should have this back button. Okay, sorry, the positioned widget, where we also need stack widget first and then positioned widget, because we want to put everything on the UI in a fixed place, right? So that's why we use stack widget. And inside stack widget we can use positioned widget. Inside position widget we can actually say in which area to start putting our layout. So that's the beauty about stack and positioned widget. All right, so over here we do positioned widget. Let's go ahead and do that. And I don't like it like this, so let's put it like this. Now inside this we want to have a container first, so let's go ahead and do child container. So right now I'm going to put them side by side so we know that actually what's going on. So inside this, actually we're going to have a row. Why are we going to have a row? Well, there are a few things over here that's happening. As you see, this one and this one. So all these things actually we want to put inside a row. So let's go ahead and do that. So here we have this row, and inside row we'll have children. Now inside the children we'll have first a container. All right, and okay, we need child over here, otherwise we'll get error. Now first time would be start working with this form over here, this one, and we want to give it a width. So the width is 270. This is the width that we want to give it. And after this, actually we want to do a bit of decoration with this. So here we do box decoration, and inside this actually we do color, and here we do app colors and primary background color. This is the color that we want to give. And then we would do border dot all over here, and then all the border will have color. So here app colors dot, let's see, app, so here we need color, actually color property, app colors dot primary secondary element text. So this is the color that we want to apply to it. And after this, at the same time, actually also we want to apply border radius. Let's go ahead and do that, and const border radius, and we want to do circular, and we could just do 5W. So that's what we'll have. Okay, and it looks like we do have a bit of issues over here. We can't use the const. All right. Yeah, so that's what we have, and actually that's amazing, huge, that's very big. Of course this is not what we want, but this would be changed very soon. All right, so how to give it a constraint over here? So let's think about it. Now it's just too big, so we want to give it a minimum height and maximum height over here. Anyway, so first what I'm going to do, right inside this container, we're going to use another child over here, and then we'll have this row, and then we'll have children. Now why this is, well, actually this is for this two over here, as you can see, the message and this icon. So that's why we need this. Now inside this, first once again we'll have container, and then here we want to give it a width, and width 200.w, and after this actually want to here use a text field, and inside the text field over here we want to mention keyword type. Let's go ahead and do that. Text input type, and then multi-line, because we want to type a lot of lines over here. Now it's already changing, and you see that it changed like this, but it is at the very top, so this is not what we want, right? Okay, great. So it's already changing, because once you have a child, the child took the size of the container, actually took the size of this child, and then it became, I mean, the default size. So container took the default size of this child. In general, that's what it happens. So if you put a text inside this, it will take the size of this text. For example, over here you could do like this, hi. All right, it became very small. But if you don't have any of these things, actually it's extremely large. Okay, now that's how it works. Now let's remove this one. Let's see. Okay, so it became extremely large. So if you have child inside the container, and if the container is too big, but once you change it with the child, it will take the size of the child, unless you've specially specified something. Like here I have this width that's been specified. All right, okay, great. Now that's okay, but of course this is still ugly, and we don't want to work like this. Now this is at the top, we want to put it down somewhere. So how to do that? Now over here we have this positioned widget. Actually we can play with this. Over here we would do 0.h, so it would put at the very bottom. Now as you see, it just worked. Now here it's still ugly, as you can see over here. It's too much to this left side. Now we want to move this container. And actually when I say moving this container, actually moving this inside this, yes, this container over here. Now we didn't give it actually any width, this container itself. So let's give it a width. So we do in general 360.w. So that would be our width first. All right. Okay, of course a lot of the things are not visible yet, and that's okay. Now inside the container, actually we could do padding. Now let's do add insets only, and then over here left we do 20.w. Now it already took some changes, as you can see over here, and as well as over here at the bottom I also want to do a bit of change. So let's do that. So it went up a little bit. Okay, all right, so that's what we want. Now for now we'll just keep this 2. Now over here you see the container is 360, right? So let's give it a color and see what's happening. So here we do colors.red. Actually this is the container that we are talking about. And that container itself has a size of 360. That's what we gave it, right? Okay, but in fact this is the container that you see in this box. Okay, all right, now inside the container we have this padding actually. So actually the padding is being applied to this container, not to this one. This is one way to understand, or other way you could understand is like, well, whatever inside the container, from container edge, give it 20% or 20 pixel, actually not 20%, 20 pixel to the, from left there should be 20 pixel distance, from bottom there should be 10. But if you want, you can also actually do like top 5 pixels to see that how it works. Right, so that's how it works. So you have this container over here, container, even though you gave it 360, but inside this container we have another container. That container is 270 and this is 270. And when I say padding applied, it's being applied from inside this first container. You have to understand it like this. Okay, but anyway, for now we don't need this top, but it's good for debugging. And a lot of time you don't know the size and things like that of your container or widgets. Actually, you should put inside a container and apply color to it, and a lot of things become very clear. Now, yes, that's what we have. So anyway, now let's go back to our text field over here. Now, text field is very interesting. Over here, we'll have something called autofocus. We'll set it to false. With this, I don't think the focus would be there automatically. You have to put your cursor there and then it would work. Otherwise, it won't work. All right. Okay, now there is a bit of thing that we see already, that the cursor is too much to the left once again. So how to take care of this issue? Well, now to be able to take care of this, actually we can apply padding. Now where to apply this padding? This container or this container? Well, actually definitely this container, because this container sits inside this one, and which is 270 actually. Now we want whatever we put inside, there should be a bit of distance. So here we do padding, and then we can do edge insets dot only, and here we do top 10.h and bottom, let's see, bottom 10.h, and even you could do left 5.h, 5.w. All right, let's go ahead. All right, so you see it already changed. So my cursor already moved to this left side a little bit. Okay, yeah, and there are a lot of other things that along the way we need to take care. So now let's back to this text decoration. Now we want to continue with the decoration over here. Now here we'll apply decoration, but this is a little bit different than box decoration. It's called input decoration. Let's apply decoration to it. So for the first one is hint text, and here we'd say message. That's what you want. Let's save it and you'll see it there. And now actually let's put a const modifier, otherwise it's being cranky over here. And regarding this one, actually we'd see later, not now. That's the first thing. And the second one we want to do is content padding. Well, where the content should start. So over here we could do like this, content padding. Just like once again applying padding, add inserts only, and inside this here you could do left, say 15.w, and top 0, bottom 0. Now we need to remove const right now, otherwise we'll get error. Now it came too much to this side. That means we can also remove this one. We don't need this. Okay, all right, so that's where the actual chatting starts over here. Okay, so that's one of the properties that we set. Now let's take care of the different colors. Over here we do border and outline border, outline input border actually, and here we'd say border side, this one. So do border side, and here we do color, Here we do colors dot transparent, this color. Okay, now we're going to put another one, and that's called a focused border. Let's go ahead and do that. Focused border. Now we're gonna copy, actually we're gonna put whatever we had early. Let's do that. Now let's save it. Now the focused border is gone. Now in general, when you put a text field, these are the common properties that always you should use. So it's about just controlling the border, whatever the border they have there, using that kind of border. All right. Now we can apply more properties to it. Let's go ahead and do that. Now here's something called hint style. So let's do text style. Now inside this we do color and app colors dot primary secondary element text. Let's save it. So here the color changed a little bit, and we can put a const modifier for it. All right, now you come back, and if you see, let's remove this focused border. Let's save it. Now this becomes focused border. There is one thing though. Well, here we have space, and why it's like this, of course we have to put here the send button. So that's why we need this. And of course we don't want this. So we need to put back our focused border. Now that's the first thing in the container. Now this is also the reason why this container has width 220, because this is the child one. The parent one 270, which is the complete one. This is 270, and just now what you saw with the border, that is 220, and there should be a send button, and the whole one is 360, and that's what we gave it. So that's the first part. So now we need to work on the second part. So we need to put a button. Let's go ahead and do that. Gesture detector, gesture detector. Now inside the gesture detector we can put a child, and then we'll have container. Now we are doing gesture detector because we want to click and go to a new page. So gesture detector will help you to go to a new page. It takes on tap event. So let's go ahead and do that. Now over here we'll have width 40.w and height 40.w. All right. Well, if it's still not visible, then you could just do colors, and which I find is good for debugging. So that's what we have, but eventually we'll remove it, so don't worry. Now here we'll have child. So here we do image.asset. Now here we do assets, icons, send.png. So there's one PNG button. So this is the button that we're talking about. And in that case, we can just remove this. We don't need this. Now it looks much more beautiful. And because we are talking about on tap event, so here we also want to have on tap, okay? But right now this is empty, and we don't have any methods yet. We'll create the method later. Okay, so that's the first part that we have done. Now that was the first child inside this positioned widget. Let's see, positioned row container. Yeah, actually inside this row. Okay, so that's the first one that we had. Now we also need like this. As you can see, we also need a plus icon. So right next to it. Now these two look pretty similar. We should make a little bit of change like this. Well, actually right now I'm happy with this design rather than this one, but anyway, we'll take care of that later. So we also need this button over here, this plus button. Now let's go ahead and work on this plus button. Now we'd work on this plus button right after this. Now over here we'll have a gesture detector once again. Now why we'll have, because that would be a menu button. So menu button should be interactive. Like if you click on this, actually you'll see this 4 buttons that they show up. Okay, so that's what we want to do. So that's why we need this on tap event here. And then inside this we'll have child, and then we could do container. And inside this we'll have 40.w and with 40.w. And the first thing we want to do over here, we want to show our child over here. So what's the child? That's asset. So we use image.asset to show our child. So our images are in assets folder, icons, add.png. Now we don't see it, but we can apply colors to it, and we'll see that colors.red. Now here it is. So the button has this white color, so that's why you don't see that. Now we'll keep it right now like this, and we're gonna apply padding to it. So here we do agencies.all and padding 8.w. All right. So now it becomes smaller, and we are okay with that. And then we want to apply decoration, box decoration. Now if we apply box decoration, actually you can't have color out of decoration. Here if you put the color here, actually you will get error. You see, you already have an error. So if you apply box decoration, you have to have the color inside the box decoration, otherwise you will get error. So here we do color, and then app colors. So this is the file, and primary element. So this one. Now we'd be able to see our button. That's beautiful. Let's make it beautiful. So here we do border radius and border radius dot circular, and over here we do 40.w. So it would make it a circular one. That's beautiful, and that's actually we wanted. Now actually if you see the original design, there are other things to take care. If you see, there is actually a bit of shadow over here, but we don't have. We also need to work on the spacing as well, which we'll do. Now since we are over here, let's apply box shadow first. Okay, so here we do box shadow, and inside this here we do color, and the colors dot gray dot with opacity 0.2. and spread radius 2, blur radius 2, offset 1, so that would be more like down here actually. Well, I need OFFSET offset. All right, so down there, and we already see that. Okay, I already said, see it carefully. So there is a bit of shadow over here, and that's beautiful. Now with this shadow section is done. Now how to keep these two separated? They're too close to each other. Now here we are inside this row, right? So when you are inside a row and you want to put two children far from each other, you can use a property which is called main axis. So here we do main axis alignment dot space between. So here we have this space, and that's beautiful. But now it creates another problem to the right side. We don't want so much to the right side. Now over here we could just do right 20.w, and with this it should help us. Okay, great. And now let's take a look what else we should do about it. Well, they do look same, so we can skip this part. Okay, now we want to work on this menu buttons over here. They should pop up as you click on them, right? Okay, great. Now actually we're going to do it from here. And first what I'm going to do, first I'm going to create a positioned widget over here. Positioned widget. And then inside this we'll have child. All right, and okay. Now the first thing inside this position widget, we want a column. Now why do you want column? That's because I think we already know that this has to be a column format on the top of each other vertically. So that's why we need this column widget, right? Okay, great. Now one thing we also want to do at first, that we want to assign the position of this thing. So here we're going to work with this. So first we're going to give it a position. So right, say 20, and then over here bottom say 70.h. all right, no, so it should be up certain higher level, right? So that's why we need to do it bottom. And we can also give it a height, say 200.h, and then we'll give it like width, say 40.w. all right, now inside this we'll have our first child. First child would be a gesture detector. Why this has to be clickable. Inside this we'll have child, and child is a container, and inside the container we'll have height and width. So height is 40.h and width is 40.h as well. Of course you could also do w, but since this is a circular button it doesn't really matter. And then after that here actually we could go ahead and do, let's see, first actually we can show an image inside this thing. So let's go ahead and do that. So here we'll have image as a child, so we do image.asset because we want to read them from our asset. So here just go ahead and do assets icons file.png. Now the first one over here is actually this one, so that would be a file, so that's why we do it like this. Okay, all right, now let's go ahead and save it and see how it goes. And we do have a bit of overflow issue over here, as you can see. Now this overflow issue is actually being caused because we put our positioned widget in the wrong place. Actually it should be on the top of this, not on the left, on the right, not on the right. Now with this 1 2 3, so this is number 1, this is number 2, this is number 3, so that's why it's acting weirdly. So all we could do right now, actually it's very simple. Let's go ahead and cut that, and then we take it out and we're gonna put it right after the whole positioned widget. Now this position widget, the complete one, refers to from here to here actually. So this should be on the top. Well, this should be on the top, but that would be based on position that we apply to it. But anyway, so let's go ahead and put it like this. And now let's save it. And you see the arrow is gone and it's at the top. Okay, now that's already started to work, but this is something looks too big. Now this is where the box decoration come. So here we're gonna apply box decoration. So let's go ahead and do that. So the first one is decoration and then box decoration. And inside this over here, we could do the first thing, border radius dot circular, and then we do 40.h, so it would make it like a circular button, right? Okay, now let's save it. All right, but since it's too big, there is no impact on that. Now we could do other things with this. So inside here, actually we can apply padding to it. Let's do that. So here we'll have padding like add insets dot all. So we're gonna add padding everywhere, and then we do 10.w or h, it doesn't really matter. Now it looks smaller, and which is great, and this is what actually we wanted to do. And right after this, since we are doing a box decoration, actually we could also do color over here. So we do app colors dot primary background color, primary background, this one. Okay, great. And then we do box shadow and this is a list. Box shadow takes a list. You can put as many shadows as you want, but here just we're gonna put only one for us. Now inside this we're gonna do color, and like all the time we are doing in this app, so whenever we apply shadow, actually, so that's a gray shadow, and in general that's your theme color of your app. I mean, that's the theme, I wouldn't say theme color. So spread radius 2, blur radius 2, now offset. Now this box shadow thing, actually I think I've already talked clearly earlier, so I'm not going to talk about this anymore. So yeah, there is a bit of shadow as you can see, and it already popped up. This is great actually. Now that's our first one. Now since we are inside this gesture detector, and okay, now gesture detector has on tap event, so let's go ahead and apply this on tap event right after this container. So this is the container, this is the child, so right after this we're going to apply on tap event over here, and then for now we are not going to do anything about it. So now that's the first child that we have. Now actually we're going to put all the child on the top of each other. So to do that, actually we can just copy this thing, and that's as simple as that one. Okay, all right, so we copy this one. Now of course let's go ahead and save it. Now it applies like this, so but it already made our work easy. In this case, actually instead of file we are going to apply photo. So these are all in our assets folder, and we are good. It should be changed, but looks like it did not. And let's see if we have any errors or not. Looks like we didn't have any error. Okay, now it showed up. Okay, great. Now I'm going to close this one more time, and then I'm going to copy. I mean I already copied this, so I'm going to paste it over here. Now over here we also need to change the icon. So this time the icon, let's change it to call, because we want to call somebody. So that's one. And then over here we could do the same thing. Now of course we could refactor our code and make a special widget for that, and in future we'll see how we do that. Now instead this we can just simply do video, and we should be good to go. All right, now as you see, this images over here, they're too close to each other. And how to solve that? There could be many different ways you could do that, actually tons of different ways. One of the easy way, we're going to use a property over here which is called main axis alignment. Now this is vertically, they are all jammed or packed together, so let's change the main axis alignment over here. So we could do space between, okay, and it should solve the problem. Okay, now it looks much better. Okay, now that's because we have enough height. If your height is not enough, then it's not going to work. So let's say if you have 150, actually then you will have overflow issue. Okay, so this works, that's because you have enough height. That's beautiful. Okay, all right, now this is it here, but now it's always visible, which we don't want. We don't want it to be visible all the time. So how to work with this? Now the first thing we want to do over here is go ahead and declare something in our controller, because we should use our controller to control this thing. So we're gonna find chat state over here, chat state. Now inside this we are going to declare a new variable, and that would be rx bool, and then here we'll say more status. Okay, and then here we define it as a false, and this is OBS, and which is observable. Now we're gonna find our controller over here. So we are looking for chat controller, right? So inside the chat controller, actually we can declare a new variable. Let's declare that. Actually we're gonna declare a new function. Here we'll say go more. All right, now over here we want to read the value, so we can use the state variable to read that, and not this one, more status and value. Now here whatever the value is there, let's read that. So status dot more status dot value. Now whatever it is, if it is true, we set it to false. Okay, all right, if it is false, we set it to true. So it's more like toggling, because the default value is false, right? So well, first time when it gets executed, this is false, so it would be true. So next time it gets executed, this would be true, so then it's set to false. So this is more like toggling. Okay, so we are using ternary operator to do that. So this is called a ternary operator. Now what it has to do with this? Okay, now it has to do with this for controlling. Okay, all right, so now let's come to our view over here, and inside this, actually over here, we're gonna cut this one, and then we're going to use this controller instance. So let me go ahead and do that. So now here we have this chat controller, right? So over here we get automatically controller, then we could do state, and then here we could do more status, and then here we could do value. Okay, now if value is true, which means it has been clicked, then we show it. Okay, otherwise we just show empty container. That's how it works. But okay, now you save it and it would be gone, because the default value for this one is false. All right, yes, you see it's gone, but if you click on this, it doesn't show up. Why? Because you didn't change the value. Now where to change this value from? We need to change this value from here, from this button. Okay, now where is this button? This button is inside this gesture detector over here. Okay, now we had this add icon, right? And we also had this gesture detector. Now let me close this. Now since this is a gesture detector, right below it here we can use the ontap function, and now here we do controller dot go more. Okay, beautiful. Now let's save it. Okay, and after doing this, we have to do another thing. We need to take this safe area and wrap it around obx, otherwise definitely this is not going to work. Okay, so here we do obx, and then inside this we'll just simply return safe area, and we are good to go. And after this, what are we going to do? We're going to click on this, we'll see it popped up. We're going to click on this again, we see it goes down, it hides. So it's beautiful. So that's how it works actually. So you just made your custom menu button. All right, now regarding obx, if you don't use obx, if you click on this, it's just not going to work. You have to remember that obx makes your thing dynamic and responsive, and UI gets the latest value immediately. Okay, so here I'm going to tell you that what we are going to do in next few hours. Well, now let me give you an example over here. So if I have someone over here and I want to talk to somebody, like for example this guy, say I want to talk to him, so I'd be clicking on him, and then actually I'm going to click on this one over here. Okay, and then it would start, actually it would start the call. Okay, so this is what we're going to do. Now this could be a little bit complex idea to grasp, but I'll explain it step by step so that it becomes easy for you. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started. All right, so once we click on this, actually we want to go to a new page, which is voice call page. Okay, so we have to do that one first. And how to do that? Well, for that reason, first we'll come to our message page over here, actually message folder, not message page. Inside this message folder, I'm going to create a new folder, and I'll call it voice call. Now inside this, I'm going to copy everything from here, and then I'm going to put over here. So I'm just going to paste them. Let's go ahead and do that. Okay, great. Now I'm going to close this and close this one as well. Now I'm going to open up the folder and open everything one by one. Make sure that we don't have any mistakes and error. Okay, so the first thing, well, looks like our controller didn't get opened. Okay, so definitely for state itself, instead of welcome over here, we need to call voice call state, Now if we did that, we need to come over here and okay, so remove this one, we don't need this, and inside this well, actually we can start changing from here. So we'll call it voice call controller, voice call controller, and then over here we'll have voice call state. All right, most probably we need to import it. Let's go ahead and do that. Okay, great. And after that, let's come to our bindings. Now in the bindings we do the same. All right, okay, so let's replace this one as well, and we don't need this. And over here we are going to import it. Okay, so bindings are pretty much done. Now for the index itself over here, okay, voice call, I think that was the correct one. And for state, voice call state view, right. Now over here for view, we're gonna change the name first. Here we'll call it voice call, and then I'm going to put it here. And at the same time, make sure that you remove this one. And over here, this should also be voice call. Voice call. Okay, great. Let's import our controller, and we are good. All right. One thing that we don't want is this method. We don't need this. And over here we also don't need any of this. We are good. Okay, let's open up our folder over here. Okay, index, actually it's done. Make sure no errors. Okay, close that. State, okay, we need that. View, we need that. And controller, of course we need that. And bindings we don't need. Now we'll go to our state and try to make add some values over there. And those values actually should be used throughout in our voice call as we initiate call from here. So those values are reactive. So first I'm going to use rx bool, and over here it should be is joined, and then I'll set it to default value false obs. And of course we need to import the class, I mean the package. Import package get this one. Okay, great. Now is joined is used actually to know whether the other party, the one that you are calling, that person is joined or not, the other person on the phone, okay, on the voice call, he or she has joined or not. So default is false, someone didn't join. Next one is rx bool, and over here I would say open microphone. All right, so with this we want to know that if microphone is opened or not, because phone has a receiver, that receiver, sound receiver, as you call someone, so that's the microphone, whether it's opened or not. Okay, all right, well I'll just give it this name, I'm not going to change. And then over here I'm gonna create another one, and here is enable speaker. Now the speaker is the other one that actually you can do like this. So let me show you the picture so that it makes more sense. So this is our microphone. So by default it's on, which means that you can receive phone, and I mean your sound would be, your voice would be transmitted through this one, and by default it's true. And over here this one is this speaker. Now by default we also make it true, which is enable actually, so enable speaker. So will it make sense? All right, now the other one rx string, so this one is for call time. Over here we'd say 0000. Now it's obs type, and rx string over here call time, well, call time status actually, I would say it's called call time status. So over here we would say like not connected. So whether you are connected or not. All right, so we can just simply call it call status, which makes more sense. All right, And over here we could also we need to do another thing, so which is called to token. So our token is null actually, because we don't know who you are talking to until we start initiating the talk. So that's why it's null or empty actually. And then to avatar, the same thing over here. So we do OBS. So these things, the basic information, they should all be empty until you know who you are talking to, until you click on the button. All right, and the last one, call role over here, audience.obs. Now this is your role, whether you are an audience, whether you are listening, whether you have other roles. So there should be different roles actually. Now this should be more clear as we work more on the code. Okay, now it might not make that much sense. So now with this we have this basic setup. Now the next phase actually should be working on the UI. Okay, well, so if we are going to work on the UI, we also have to enable the routes. So let's go ahead and enable the routes. So let's go to our pages.dart file, and inside down here you'll find a voice call, this one. So I'm going to end it here and start the other one here, and then we'll have like this. Now we need to import them. Now how to import them? So we can just copy one of this one actually, and over here inside this we can just simply say voice call, and then our dependencies, they all should be imported. And let's see, voice call bindings. So now let's get there. Let's see if we have bindings problem. Looks like we have bindings problem. Let's come over here. Okay, so that was the problem. Let's change the name, voice call binding. All right, so it may happen, recheck that. Now come to this pages, and all the arrows should be gone. Okay, great. Now pages, we can close that. Now let's take a look at our app currently over here. As you click on this button, so first actually we'd go to the route we have just enabled, and we should be able to see this page. Now of course this page would change on the fly. The time would change on the fly, like as you talk more, when user has received the phone call, it would change. This status, they should change as well. There should be also a loading icon. But what I'm trying to say over here, the first thing that will be changed, the page itself. I mean, first we have to show the page, the whole page, and slowly we'll make changes. Okay, so this is what we want to do first. So we need to work on the view. Okay, so that's my point. We need to enable the view. Now view has been enabled over here, right? So once we come to this route, actually we can enable. But how do you go to this route? So that's the thing. Now to be able to go to this route, actually we can go to this route from our chat page actually. So chat view. Now inside this over here there should be a method. Okay, call. Now this image is actually representing this button. Now this is the on tap event. So over here we would call a method. Now the method actually should reside in this chat controller. So let's go ahead and find chat controller, and inside this create a method. So the method name is audio call. Now inside this, actually all we need to do, we need to call page type, which is get.toNamed, and inside this we can just simply call app routes dot voice call. Okay, this is the route that we are going to enable. Okay, so once this gets called, so this one get called, bindings would load the dependencies, and we would see the view page. Okay, so So that's how the logic should work. All right, so now for now this is as simple as that one, but in future this route type should get more complicated because we'll pass a lot of parameters to it. One thing though, once we initiate the call, this menu should close first, right? So we have to close this. And how to close that? Over here we would do like that: state.moreStatus.value equal false. Okay, so that's what we want to set, like this one. Remember, this is the one that we are using to toggle on the click, right? So this is the one that we are doing. So we set it to false and it be gone, and after it's gone, so we'll go to a new page, otherwise it will create error. So for now we can close our chat controller, and chat view we can also close. Now we'll only focus on voice call view this time. Now let's see over here, look at the page itself. So we're gonna use the positioned widget a lot for this page. With this we'll get a better control where to put things in exact position. Okay, so that's what we do. Now over here actually we are going to change let's go ahead and actually see how it works once we call on this router, right? So over here we'll have center, and then we would do a child, and then we would like let's say welcome, like that. Okay, that's what we want to do. Now this is our page, and let's click on this. Most likely we'll get error. It's better we restart it because we just injected a new controller. If you don't do that, we'll get error. Okay, now let's come over here and then we'll see it here. Okay, now let's click on this and click on this. Okay, all right, looks like we are not being called. It says that chat controller has been created and initialized. So let's go to our view over here, which is chat view. Okay, we didn't call any method, so that's why we had this problem. So over here we're gonna call controller dot the method that we created, audio call. That's all. Now let's save it. Let's call this, and we come over here, and that's beautiful. And this is what actually we wanted to see. Now let's come back here. The first thing we want to do, change the color. So here we would use primary BG. So we have a background color for this. So this is the color which is same as our page over here. Beautiful. All right, now let's remove this. Okay, so the first thing you want to do over here, you want to have one OBX widget. Once again, we know because of OBX widget we get updated information on the UI, right? Okay, great. So inside this we'll have a container. Let's go ahead, and inside the container we'll have a child over here, and then we're gonna do stack. Now of course stack takes children, and then we have a lot of children over here. So first one is positioned. All right, now inside the position we'll have child again. So first actually we're gonna work on this two values, sorry, this two items over here. Okay, now these two items actually, these two items we're gonna put in a column. So let's go ahead and define our column widget, and inside this over here we'll have children. And so the first one we could do a container for showing this one. Let's go ahead and do that. So container, and then we'll have a child inside this, and then we'll do text after this. And then inside the text, what we could do, we could actually first do like this. Okay, now we will go to the controller object over here, and then we'll get state, and then we'll get call time, this one, and then we'll get the value, and we will show the value. Okay, so what are we gonna see right now? If you go ahead and click on this and find this menu, and it will auto direct to this page. Now this is happening because earlier we copied our view controller. Let's see which is voice call actually. So we're gonna find like this, voice call index. Not exactly voice voice controller, this one. Now from here actually we can remove this, and we also remove this one. We don't need this. Let's save it. Now you go ahead and click on this and we'll see that it works. Okay, now it's up there anyway, so we don't need them, so let's go ahead and close them. Now right after this, over here actually you see it's at the very top. So what you want to do, you want to wrap this around another widget, so that's called safe area widget. So let's go ahead and do that. With the safe area widget, we'll come down, right? Okay, so here it says safe area, right? And now let's save it. Okay, so here we see this is the time. Now this is the time, this is the value that has been predefined over here. Anyway, so we can change the value. Of course, we'll change it dynamically as we talk on the phone. The value would change all the time. So over here, it's a text style. Now we would do controller. Sorry, not this one. Actually, color, not controller. And here we would use app colors, the primary element text. Primary element text. All right, and then font size here 14.sp, and font weight normal. Font weight normal. That's what we're going to use. Let's save it. Okay, so now it already looks a little better. Okay, now this is a position widget, so we can actually move it around. So here we'd say there's a top 10.h and left 30.w, and well, of course there is a bit of change. Okay, right after this actually we want to show our image over here. Now to show the image, actually we need to pass parameters. And where to pass parameters from this chat controller, because as we call this function audio call, along the way we need to pass a lot of information. And in your router, if you want to pass information in getX, you should use the parameters. With the parameters, you can pass as many information as you want, and you have to pass that in JSON format. Okay, so over here we would do toName. We want to pass this guy's name, and the value should be coming from state.toName.value. Okay, and after that over here we could also say toAvatar. Now over here state.toAvatar. Okay, we need to come over here, avatar.value. Okay, so that's how it works, and make sure that you don't have any mistakes here. It's easy to make mistakes because they all kind of look same or sound same. All right, so I have a couple of time mistakes, toName everywhere, and it just messed up and hard to find sometimes. Anyway, so make sure that you have correct spelling. So the thing I was saying, that if you want to pass information to another page in your route, as you route through your app, go to different pages, you have to do that using parameters. And parameters takes JSON format or map format, where you have to have everything inside curly braces, and you have to have key and pair value, key and value pair, actually key and value. Okay, all right, great. And with this, now we need to receive this information. And where to receive? Now we want to receive this information in voice call controller, and it has a function which is called on init, so we have to override that. So let's go ahead and do that, and it's a void type, and here we can say on init, and inside this we can grab all the information we want that is coming through our route. Okay, now because this on init gets called at the very beginning when a controller gets created, okay, very beginning, actually before any other methods gets executed. So this one gets executed, and this is the place you want to grab your information. If you do it on ready method, maybe the update is a little slow, and on ready method is sometimes not good for getting latest information. On init is really good. Okay, all right, so over here what are you going to do? First declare a variable var data, and over here we would do on init. Over here we would do get.parameters, the one that holding our data, get.parameters. And this is something actually you shouldn't change. Over here it's the same thing, you shouldn't change, you shouldn't do something different. Okay, it has to be parameters, and that's how it's designed, as you can see over here. Optional named parameter, so you cannot change these things over here. Only changeable is this one. Of course, it's not changeable in it's just a value directly. You have to put the route name is a string, so of course string could be anything, but these things you should not change. Anyway, so now let's go ahead. Now inside this we want to store our data. So where to store the data? We do state.to.name and value actually, and inside this we could do data. And because now this data holds our information, now here we do name, and if it is empty, then we just gonna put this empty string over here. And inside this we could also do state.to_avatar, and then we do value, and then we would grab our information like this to avatar. And if this is empty, we'll have empty string. Now with this, we'd be getting data from controller chat to voice controller chat. So that's how you pass data between two controllers inside routing, inside on init method. Of course, there are other ways to do that as well. It doesn't have to be just like this. Okay, now we are ready. So we would be able to get data. Now, if we can get data, this is the time that we can show our data. Now, the first thing we want to do over here, we want to do a container, and inside this we can have child, and child should be our image. So over here we would use image.network, so that would be our network image, and we could do controller.state.to_avatar.value. Now with this we'd be able to see our image. Let's save it. Okay, now it's way too big, right? So we can assign value, width and height to it, 70.h, and height 70.h. All right, let's go ahead and save it. Okay, great. Now we can also apply margin to it. So over here we would do edge inches only. Now we could do top 150.h. It would bring it down a little bit. Okay, great. And then with this, actually, let's see. Okay, it says it doesn't need this. Okay, we can just go ahead and do like this. It's fine. Since it doesn't want it, because it's already a string over here, then we don't need this thing. And for here, also remove the container if we don't need that, and we are good. Okay, so now this is the basic setup. And after that, actually, we can also go ahead and show our name over here. Now, over here, we would also do, well, let's start with the text and see. Now, okay, so here we do controller, not context, controller dot state dot to name. Now value, so this is our value. Let's go ahead and show our value. Okay, now we don't see that, so that's the problem. Okay, and we are supposed to see it. Now if we don't see it, let's make sure that we are passing, okay, avatar to name. Okay, from here we are passing the correct value, and make sure that you also grab the correct one over here. Okay, now let's see if we have our correct data or not. So here we could say my name is, over here we could just do state.toName.value. Well, it shouldn't be my name, it should be your name, because we are trying to talk to the other guy, right? All right, okay. All right, so let's go ahead and Well, of course, in our case, we have to restart because we don't have mechanism to go back. Actually, we also need to work on that. So let's check on this. Let's check on this. All right, and of course, from here we would see, okay, to name as this guy. Let's go ahead and try to chat. Okay, your name is Dostagate. Okay, now it showed up. Sometimes it takes time. And let's see, our view is whether inside this OBX or not. It is inside OBX. Okay, sometimes maybe you may have to restart to work with this thing. All right, anyway, so now this is good, but it's too close to this, right? So we're gonna wrap it around container, and with this actually we'll be able to apply margin. So now you will see why we do that. Add instance only. Okay, and then we could do top 5.h, so we'll have a little bit distance. Okay, now let's go ahead and apply styling to it, and we do just style and text style, and inside this color, and here we do app colors dot primary element text and font size. So we would do 18.sp, and the font weight. Let's see, do we have any error? Okay, now we need to import the library at the top, otherwise okay, it's imported. Let's see what's going on. sp double cannot be font weight. All right, so here's the typo. Actually, it should be size. Okay, now here font weight, and font weight dot, we're going to use normal font. Okay, right, now it should look much better, and this is what actually we wanted, and that's beautiful. So with this, the naming section is done. Okay, so the next step should be drawing this one, right? This section. Now this should be another column. This should be another position widget, actually, not column, sorry. So right after this, because we are using position widget, so we can control them, the position, the way that we want. All right. Okay, so anyway, so first I'll start here with position widget. Position. All right. Okay, and then we'll have child. Now let's understand the layout. So this would be a row layout, right? This would be a row layout because they are horizontally next to each other. Now inside this row widget, we'll have 3 column widget because they have to stay on the top of each other like this. Okay, so inside row we'll have 3 column widget. So let's go ahead and do that. So over here, what I'm going to do, first I'm going to put row widget, and then I'll have children. And inside the children, first I'll have a column. All right, great. And then I'll have children. Now the first column would refer to this first one. All right, so well, since we have too many sections over here, so I'm going to put a note over here. So I'm going to say over here microphone section. All right, great. Now over here, so this is a container, right? And this container is actually a clickable one. So first we are going to put gesture detector inside this, and then right after this over here we'll have a child, and our child should be a container. Okay, now let's go ahead and see our simulator. Of course nothing is there yet, but soon we'll have things. Okay, so first we want to show an image inside this, right? So how to do that? So here I'll have a child, and inside the child I'll do image dot asset like this. Now I'm gonna take the asset from the folder, the local assets folder. So how to do that? So over here I would mention assets, and then icons, and then be microphone. All right, so microphone, let's go ahead and check that, microphone. All right, and .png. Now let's go ahead and save it, and let's see. Okay, so it looks at the top. All right, so how to work on this? Now the first thing we want to do, we want to put this whole positioned widget down over here. So let's go ahead and work on the positioning first. Now over here for this property, we are going to use bottom property. So from the bottom over here, we'll have 80 pixels. Okay, so let's go ahead and check that. Okay, now we have 80 pixels, and then from the left 30.h. So from the left we are going to have like 30 pixels. Okay, now inside this row we are inside this container, and this is the time actually we give it width and height because it's too big right now. So over here we do width 60.h. you could do w as well, it doesn't really matter, and height as 60.w because we want circular, so that doesn't really matter. Now it became very small, and this is actually what we wanted. Now after that, actually we need to work on the color. Let's take a look at this background color. We have white background color, so we need to work on the background color as well. So how to do that? Now inside this container, first we'll set up a box decoration. So let's go ahead and do that, and box decoration. And with box decoration, of course, we'll also have border radius. But even before we apply border radius, let's work on the color. So here we'll have color, and we need to check on the color. How to do that? So we have controller object. From the controller we get state, and then we can check open microphone. Okay, open microphone, this one. Okay, and we get the value from it. Now we'll check if this value is correct. Okay, if this value is true, actually if this is true, then we would say app colors dot over here primary element text, this one. If this is not true, then we are going to use a different color. So what's the color? That is also app colors dot primary text, this one. All right, so let's go ahead and check that. Now this is our app. Okay, so if this value, now let's go ahead and see the value. It's, of course, this is by default is true over here. So once we make a call, we just make it by default true. All right, so we'll work on the dynamic value later. So that's the first part. Okay, and after that we also want to apply border radius. So let's go ahead and do that. So border radius dot over here, we want to actually apply border everywhere. So here we could do radius dot circular, and then inside this we'll just simply have 30.w. Let's go ahead and do that. Okay, now we have a rounded one. Now it's too big, so we can apply padding. Now we'll apply padding inside this container, so it will shrink it down from container itself. So here we would do padding. Now padding we could do like 15, I guess, or 10. 15 is better. Edge insets dot all, and then here we'd do 15.w. Okay, now it would shrink it down inside this, and now this one and this one actually they look very similar, and this is what actually we wanted. All right, now on this one also we'll have on tap event, which we'll talk later. For now it's not important. Now how about this one? Actually we should also be changing this one, and for this one, for now actually I can set up a condition, and the condition is controller.state.open microphone value. Get the value. If it is true, then we would show just now the one we had. If it is false, then we're gonna put it again, and then just over here we would say a microphone. So we have two pictures, A and B. All right, now of course we can change the value. Say for example, if this is false, then we would see. Now let's go ahead and check our image over here. So we'll open up the folder, and inside this we'll look for our assets. So here is our assets, images, and what we are supposed to see. We're supposed to see inside this icons folder we'll have actually this one, and so it is the same color, so that's why actually it's not visible. So that also means that we need to work on the color section. So the microphone itself is correct. Like if you go ahead and see the other one, this is the black one, right? Okay, Now over here I intentionally changed the value to switch between two microphones, but the default one should be true, so this is what we'll see. Now of course, if this value, if you set it to false, then you also have to set it to false. Now we are just doing experiment what it looked like once you receive the phone. Right now in this case they will all match. All right, okay, you see the background color change because just now I just changed the value in one place. I didn't change the value here. If this has to be false, it has to be false over here as well. Okay, so that's how they should work. So our microphone color and background color and condition, they should work like this. So we have a bit idea, so once we really have a phone call, how it should work. Anyway, so I'm gonna fall back to default condition. So this is the default condition. Okay, all right, and right after this over here we want to put a text. Now we are inside this column and this is the first child, so I'm going to collapse this so we get organized and we have a better view that what's going on, right? Okay, so right after this over here I'll have a container. So let's go ahead and do that. Now the container itself will have text, so let's go ahead and do a child. Okay, great. Now inside this I'm going to have the word which is called microphone. Now this is hard-coded because there is nothing to change about it. Style, so here we do text style. To create a distance for this. Now for that one we can do either margin or padding, so I'll go ahead with margin because padding would make the text even smaller. Even we could have overflow issue, so I'll add insets only, so we do at the top, so over here top 10.h. all right, great. So now it looks much better. Now once we are done with this, so for the other three sections actually we can just copy this one and change some part of it. Okay, so now we are going to go ahead and copy this column from here. So let's go ahead and do that. Make sure that you're in the right spot, right after row, inside the row as child, so we'll have another two times. We already did once the last time. Okay, great. Let's go ahead and put them. And okay, well it did say that we have a bit of error over here or no error. Let's go ahead and check. Okay, it looks like there are no changes. Now of course there are no changes. That's part of the reason, the way they're organized. Now first thing, let's go ahead and change over here. So here we do right and the right 30W. Now let's change it, so that's how we see that. Okay, now we didn't have any right position, so it was just assigning everything to the left and bottom position, everyone. Okay, now once you mention right, okay, it pops up. All right, okay, but now this is still very little weird, so that's not how it should be. Now inside this we can set up main axis alignment because we are horizontally, right? Here we do main axis alignment dot space around. Let's go ahead and set this. Now this is great. Okay, great. Now this inside the second one, actually first we wanna open up our gesture detector, this one, and over here we want to change the picture. Now the first one, I'll just keep it as a phone over here. Let's see, a phone. All right, and over here let's go ahead and change it to telephone. All right, okay, now let's see how it goes. All right, now we don't see that, Now in that case, let's check. Now this one should be based on a value. So this is not a microphone. So this is something that whether the user has joined or not, because the microphone should be opened from the very beginning. And over here, so we can change the value to is joined. Remember, we have that condition. Okay, now that one, and we take it from here and put it here. Now let's see. Okay, now it should be working. And as well as over here, we can also change the background color. So over here we would say primary element BG, primary element BG, this one. All right, and over here primary element status, primary element status, this one. Okay, now let's save it. All right, okay, so this is the default condition that we want if this is joined value is true. Now let's go ahead and check it. So is joined is false in general, because this should only be true when the user has joined. All right, so anyway, now inside this, let's come over to this section over here. Now this section should have a conditional check, because whether user has connected or not connected, based on that, here it should be changed. So once again, I'm going to copy this one over here, because this is for showing the connection actually. So over here, I'm gonna check this one. If the user has already joined, then we'll say disconnected or disconnect. All right, because that is true, means user has already joined. So you want to show the user that, hey, you should, if you want, you can disconnect. All right, okay. Otherwise, over here we'll say connect like that. Now of course we are trying to connect, so I'm going to use the word connect over here. Okay, so that should be a change conditional check how the user responds. Okay, so now in this I'm done for this section, and now we are going to go to this section over here. Now let's come inside this gesture detector first, and over here let's change this condition. Now this one is not open microphone, this is enable, so we'd say enable speaker, this one. And all right, okay, now over here at the same time, let's copy this and change the value over here as well. Okay, great. And now we have trumpet for this actually, so I'm going to do B trumpet and A trumpet. B trumpet, trumpet. Let's copy this and put it here. Now let's go ahead and check on this, and first we'll see that it's changed. And what else? Let's see. We could also work on this color. I think the color looks great. And over here we just want to say speaker like this. Now let's check on the speaker's value. So speaker's default value is true. If this is true, then we go to B trumpet. Let me check on this one. How about A trumpet? Okay, with A trumpet actually we don't get anything for now because it has to be false. Okay, so now with this our basic UI setup has been done and we are happy about it. So next we should actually see how to go ahead and do the connection. Okay, so let's get started. Now before we go ahead and do more stuff, let's change one of the conditions here. So right now over here, what are we going to do? We are going to change the condition and just do like this. So first we take all the docs and see if our docs are valid or not, which means that our docs empty or not. Okay, now let's go ahead and save it, and then let's click on this. All right, so now everything is working fine. So now we're gonna go back to this page where we were. Now this is what we see, and actually this should help us initiate a call, right? But of course we don't have. Now let's come back to our voice controller over here. Okay, now to be able to work with this voice controller, actually at the top we should declare some variables. So over here we would declare like this, a player variable, and the variable itself is audio player, like this. Now audio player actually is coming from a package that we have installed, which is called just audio, because as we click on the button, actually we should be able to play the audio. So that's what we want to do. All right, and after that, actually we should also declare our app ID over here, so to make sure that this app is valid. So over here we will have app ID. All right, so these are the two things we need. Now we need to go back to our server file, which is called server.dart over here. Now we do have app ID over here. Now let's get this, and I guess we need to import it. So let's go ahead and import it. Okay, now our app ID has been imported. Now after that, we should also get some other variables which should help us later. Now over here, first we'll get a DB instance of Firebase Firestore. So here we do Firebase Firestore dot instance, and then we'll also have our token. So here we do final profile token, and then here user store dot to dot profile dot token. All right, like that. Okay, great. So because we are going to use this token as we chat and talk, so we need that one. And the other one, which is most important one, without this there wouldn't be any chatting, RTC engine, and then here we'll call it engine. Now this RTC engine is actually coming from Agora SDK. So here it says that the core functions of real-time communication. Now here's one thing, a lot of you might ask me, why don't I build my own RTC engine? Why third party? Now building one RTC engine, or like chatting, voice chatting, video chatting engine, it's a humongous task. It's not a person of one job. It's a person of it has to be a big team, few people, a big team, like a couple of people that work together, and then it takes actually months or years to make a stable server that helps you to do video chat. So a lot of people, they say, hey, I want to make my own video chatting server, and actually it's extremely difficult. When I was much younger, I tried that. It's not a job of one person, and I made one that was very shaky, and it was almost impossible to make it stable. You can't really talk for a long time. The signals were slow. I did that based on WebRTC. So I don't really suggest young people that go ahead and create your own video server, audio server or engine, and then work with that in production. Unless you want to innovate something new, that's a different thing. If you are working for your client or a big company, always get support from what is there available. Don't reinvent the wheel. If it was so simple, actually Google would not create WebRTC, which is open source. You have to understand, when Google creates something, that means that's a humongous task. It's a very big task. Okay, that's not a person of one. That's not a job of one person. Okay, so you have to understand that. Because as I was doing this tutorial on YouTube, people ask me, why don't I have my own video server for streaming? They don't know actually what they're talking, and they haven't tried anything like that. So Google even did that, WebRTC. So it is same for user like you and me. Okay, we are common people, common engineers. We are not trying to reinvent. If you're trying to invent something, that's a different thing. But you know that inventing takes years. So it is same as just like when you use plugins. You can ask, hey, why don't you create your own plugin? No, it's not easy to create a plugin, and you have to keep updating it. You have to support so many devices, so many environment. So if you think you can create your own video server, go ahead and create a plugin first, and you'll see that how it feels. Okay, it's a difficult task. Okay, so if there is available solution out there for any kind of system, then go ahead and use that one. Don't create that. Use in your advantage and create something new based on that. And that should be your way of thinking. and getting things done, not everything start from the scratch, which is impossible. All right, anyway, so this is done, and now we'll go ahead and do the initialization. Now the first thing you want to do over here is init our engine, so that would be a future void type, and here we'll call it init engine. All right, so after this, the first thing we want to do, we want to assign our assets for playing audio. So that's called set our assets. So here we're going to call player dot set asset, this one, and from here actually we are going to access our assets for playing sound. There is a sound inside the folder which is called horizon.mp3. okay, all right, now this has to be await, all right, because it may take time, so it's a future work. Anyway, and after that we are going to do our engine initialization, and here we have to do create Agora engine, this one. All right, now this create Agora engine once again comes from this RTC engine, so yeah, go ahead and create that. And after that we have to do our initialization for app ID, actually, which means that, okay, the engine is there, but you have to assign your app ID, like you are going to use their service. How to verify that? So this is here the verification happens. So here we do await engine, and it has a function which is called initialize, and it takes a context. In this case, we can simply pass RTC context, engine context, to this one, and inside this we need to pass our app ID, and so here we'll have app ID. All right, this one, the one that we declared at the top, but we declared it as app ID like that. Okay, so like this, so we'll have the app ID in server.dirt. Now of course this is my app ID, so you shouldn't use that one. Now I will show you how to get the app ID. Okay, let's go to Agora website. Now you need to log in, so you should go ahead and create an account. It's just as simple as that one. So I'm gonna log in, and here is everything in Chinese, so I'm going to convert it into English. All right, and over here you should have something called project management, and you'll just go ahead and create a new project, and here you could name it anything. I'm gonna name it chatty test, like that. Okay, yeah, so you can actually name it anything you want, and in general I'm going to select any of them is fine, it doesn't really matter, you'd be able to use anyway. So over here, and then we're going to click over here, create project, and it'll create a project for you, and the app is there. Then you can click on this config section, and here as you can see, this is the app ID. Now you should copy this, and after copying the app ID you should put in your server.dart file, okay, over here. So whatever I have copied, I'm gonna put it over here. Okay, so that's my new app ID. So for now that's all I want, and well, there are other things that we should do with, but for now this is just fine. Now go back over here. Okay, so after initiating app ID, actually we can register some handlers. What does that mean? That means that, well, as we are trying to connect with Agora server for sending our videos through their server to other people, so we need to register handlers, which means we want to listen what is happening if we are connecting to the server, if other user has received the phone call or not. We have to register those events. So this is just like Firebase. You also register events when you upload files and a lot of things like that, or when you use their service, you can always register events. The idea is same for pretty much every server provider. Anyway, so here we'll have register event handler, and then you need to pass a callback function here, which is called RTC engine event handler, this one. Okay, now inside this we're gonna do a lot of checking. Now if you hover over on it, let's see. So there are a lot of these things that we could go ahead and use. You can see that these are all of this events that we could go ahead and use. So that's why I like Agora, because it gives you very good solution. Now imagine you create your own server and create all these events on your own. Oh my god, that's a very difficult thing, okay? So don't create something new that's already there. Of course you can create a better version of something. Anyway, so here first we want to listen to on error. So if we have error, we want to listen to that. So here we'd say error code type, this one. Now we'd listen to the error code type and string msg. Now this is what they provide actually. Now we don't need to care about that one. So print over here, you can print error. So here we do like this. So now here we do on join channel success. Now take a look at this one. If you hover over on this, you will see that of course when user joins the channel, and this callback notifies the application that user joins a specified channel, and it takes actually two properties. One is RTC connection and int. Now the connection itself is a connection type, and int actually, well, I mean, you can create any variable name, it doesn't matter. It is RTC connection type object, they name it connection, and there's another int which is elapsed, but so it has to do with connection, and it has to do with how long has passed since the user calling this channel. Okay, so like that. And now go ahead and pass those information. RTC connection. Now here we'll call it connection, and then int elapsed. All right, after that we'll just return like this. Okay, great. Now we can print message. So here we would print on connection, on connection, and we'll just go ahead and take the connection object and we'll convert it to JSON object so that we are able to print it, because it's coming from the server, and we make sure that it's actually a JSON object. All right, okay. And here we want to change a state. Here we want to say state dot is joined dot value, okay, equal, over here we would say true. So if you have joined, so we will also set it for you that, okay, it's true for you. Okay, it means someone has joined. So it means that actually someone has joined, but most likely you'd be joining first. Okay, because you are the one who initiated this call, so most likely you are the one that would be joining it first. All right, and now let's go ahead and do on user joined on. Okay, all right, on user joined, this one. Now this one, once again, if you hover over on it, you'll see that it also takes RTC connection, int and int. Okay, now, they also have actually good documentation on it, so it's beautiful, right? A lot of things here it says that, and you should go ahead and try to understand. So now whether user other party on the remote place has joined or not, so that connection object. Okay, and then we also do int remote ID, remote user ID, and int elapsed. All right, so these are the things we need. Now let's go ahead and hover over on this. So here int. So first one is the connection object, second one is the remote int object, remote UID. Here it says that the UID of the user or host who joins the channel, and so it could work for both of us, the user or the host. And also we also have the time has passed so far. Okay, like this. Now if user has joined, we could do a lot of stuff over here. The first thing we would do, await and player, let's say player dot pause. So whatever Okay, let's go ahead and add async modifier. All right, so if user, actually it should be remote user, if remote user has already joined, now stop playing the audio. So what is this audio? This audio is actually first when you start calling it should play, and on the other side if the user has joined it should stop playing, because this is the time you guys start talking rather than playing the audio, right? Let's continue. Now that was about when the user joins, so we'll play the audio that it was playing, and there are more things to do. Now we're gonna do what about when the user leaves. So let's go ahead and do on that as well. So over here we'll have on leave channel, this one, and once again if you hover over on it you'll see that there are some properties that we can use. So of course only user leaves the channel, and the callback notifies the app that user leaves the channel by calling this one. Okay, from this callback the app can get information such as the call duration and quality statistics. So over here we could definitely get something called quality statistics, call duration, things like that, and of course as well as we have our connection object. All right, so now over here we would do RTC connection, and after that we'll have RTC status, RTC stats actually, and over here it would say stats, and after that we're gonna do like this. And first we're gonna just simply print a method over here, and we'll say like this, say my stats. That's as simple as that one. And inside this we'll have this stats.json. we confirm that it is JSON so that we can print. We won't be able to really print any object like that. But of course you can also do in this format, so skip that because this format I find it could be error prone, so I'm skipping that format. All right, and there is the last one which is called on RTC stats, this one. All right, now let's hover over on this, and over here it says it reports the stats of the current call. So this is also about stats or status. Okay, I think one thing we forgot about over here that we should do, actually, I'm sorry, I'm gonna come back to it later. I just remember here, once you leave it, actually here you should also do join stats is joined value. We need to set it to false because the user has left, right? Okay, great. So my stats, and okay, instead of doing like this over here, actually I don't want to get the stats. So over here I just want to say user left the room, like that. Okay, that's better. And inside this, once again we'll have RTC connection, this one, so we'll have connection object, and as well as RTC stat one more time, RTC stats, like this. And inside this we could do or return like now, since you see over here it talks about duration, okay, so that reports the statistics of the current call, and then this callback once every 2 seconds after the user joins the channel. So earlier over here it did say that we can also find duration. So over here let's print the duration. Now duration you can find from this stats object. So over here we also have stats, so here we can also do status. Of course you can do it from here as well, it doesn't matter because it's the status, right? So over here we do print and then time, like this, and after that one more time print, and here we do stats dot duration. I think they have a duration object. Let's go ahead with that. So with this is the basic setup is done. All right, so there are more setups that we need to do. So let's see, we are inside this handler and we are inside this init engine. All right, so init engine ends here. So here there are more things that we should do. Now here we do await engine dot enable audio. Now engine itself has audio system. Let's enable that one, and we also need that since we are going to talk, right? Otherwise, how our voice would be transmitted to the other side. And then here we'd also do await and engine dot set client role, set client role, this one. Now inside this, over here we do client role type, and here client role broadcaster, the second one. The one is calling, so that is the broadcaster, so that's the role. Okay, and after that we'd also have to set audio profile. Let's go ahead and do that. So await engine, and then here we do set audio. Now this is some settings that's coming actually default from Agora. Now it has to do with, I guess, audio type, things like that. So a lot of the things that will gonna happen, I guess, internally. So we'll select this one, and actually it should take more properties. So let's go ahead and break the line. Right, so that's the first one. And second one, if you hover over on it, let's see what it says. Now over here we see that audio profile, that's what you need, and there is also the another one which is called a scenario. Okay, so these are the two things that we need. Audio profile we already set, so you can go ahead and read and understand. I think their site is well documented, so that's why actually we selected to use Agora, because it's well documented. So audio scenario type, we can select audio scenario game streaming, this one. Okay, and after that we'll just close over here. Now we need to create another method. The method should be actually await join channel. Now with this, if we want to start the conversation using Agora SDK, so we just first registered the handlers, if we have error, success, or different kind of status, or whether the user has left it or not. And then audio related stuff we already did, because eventually this would also get called and be registered, right? I mean, as we call, so we need to enable services, and these are the services that would help us to listen to different status. But by this time actually we didn't join the channel yet, so we need to join the channel. Okay, so over here we do void join channel, this one. Now this would be actually a future type. So over here, let's see. Anyway, so first do this thing. So once we want to join the channel, we need to make sure that we have a permission. Now since this is await, actually we need to add async, otherwise it would be error prone over here. Permission.microphone, my permission. Let's see if we have any library for that. We should have. So we have already installed this plugin which helps you with a different kind of device permission. So in this case we would get the permission of microphone, this one, and then here we'd say request. All right, so we are requesting device microphone, that hey, we want to talk through the microphone, so let us talk. So we need to have this one. All right, now inside this, once we are here, we should be actually try to connect to the user, and here we want to show a loading icon. All right, now even before I do that, actually let me call this method from here, otherwise it would be confusing for you guys that what's going on over here. So join channel, this one. All right, so we are calling this join channel method from here. So once every setup and registration of the handlers are done, then we are actually trying to join. And how to join that? All right, as we have seen in the picture earlier, that to join actually you need a token and a channel ID, things like that. Okay, so those are the things we also need to do over here. But first we want to show a loading icon. So here we do easy loading dot show. All right, this one, and over here let's put a semicolon, and after that here we'll have indicator, and we would do circular progress, I guess circular progress indicator, this one. All right, And mask type, this is, I guess we already did before. Easy loading type clear, and dismiss type dismiss on type true. All right, so this would be loading, but actually the actual loading would be here. So here we would do await and engine dot join channel. So this is the actual method, so that would help us to join with Agora. Now as you see from here, there are a few things that we need to set up. So first one here, it says that token. Now if you hover over on this, so you see that token is string, channel ID is string, UID is integer, and there's the other one that we need to work ahead with. Now here is actually a lot of good documentation. Go ahead and read them, it would help you actually. So once again, I said their documentation is really good actually. So the token itself is a string, and then over here channel ID is string, user ID actually we can directly put 0. Now what about this options? So after saying that, we have to set it here like this. So here we do channel media options, this one. And inside this, we need to set up the options, the channel profile that we created. So just now we created channel profile type, this one, and the client role type, just like just now we also did once, client role type dot broadcaster. So this, inside this actually we also did a basic setup pretty much over here. Now these few things are that we need to be concerned about. Now this ID is not really used directly, so I'm going to set it to 0. Now this is the token. Now this is the token actually we should be getting and use it dynamically, as well as a channel ID. Okay, now these two things we have to get dynamically, because for each user they're different. Definitely this is a token. Now for the first time and first step, we are not going to use a dynamic token. We are not going to use dynamic channel ID. There is something that Agora provides that you can use and generate something within 24 hours, and that is for test purpose. You can just go ahead and use that one. Now for this reason, we have to come to our Agora. So remember earlier we created this one, right? Config over here. And we already copied the app ID. Now inside this, actually over here, we can create, use it, temp token generator. So temporary token generator. Now over here, you need to give it a name, the token name, okay? And that is actually the channel ID. Here it says the channel name, okay? So that should be your channel ID. Now we would say db tech chatty, like that. You can name it anything actually you want, it doesn't matter. And then over here it will generate a token ID. Of course I'm not going to save that, whatever it was doing. So these two things are important, db tech chatty and token. So I'm going to copy this one. Now after copying, we are going to come back to our app editor. So token should be here, I'm sorry. All right, great. And then your channel ID should be here. So db tech chatty. So that's your channel ID. But of course, once again, it should be different for you. Anyway, so once you have this one, actually we are ready to join. So once the joining is done, we can actually dismiss easy loading. So over here we would say easy loading dot dismiss. Okay, great. We dismiss it. So actually when we call this method join channel, after every setup is done, all it does, it takes the token and channel ID and then it connects. Okay, all right. So with this, actually we'll be able to join a chatting room where two users could be able to speak. The two users, they want to talk, right? So once they join it, they would be able to talk. Now this is something that we created temporary. Any two app, they have this token, they would be actually able to talk with each other like that. Any two app, or actually any apps, they have this two token. this token and channel ID, they would be able to talk with each other directly. But this is not safe, so that's why this token is temporary. It is valid for 24 hours. 24 hours later, this token, you can't use it anymore. It means you can't test it. But for us, it's perfect enough, because first we just want to test for 24 hours. Okay. All right, so this would be called when you go ahead and come to this chatting page. Remember, once we call this one, we go to this chat view actually, right? And then once we go to the chat view, what will happen? So we click on this one, we'd go to chat view, but it comes from, sorry, not chat view, I mean voice call view. But remember, it goes through this pages, right? So let me go ahead and call it what I'm trying to say over here. So when we go to this voice call route, so the binding gets called, inject controller gets injected, and then the view gets ready. And then when the view gets ready, actually now the controller itself inside the onInit method, if you see that, so we don't need this actually, we can close this, and I guess we can also close this one, and the state itself for now we don't need that. Okay, so once we come to this controller gets injected. Actually, this method gets called. Okay, so as this method gets called, actually this is the perfect place we call our init engine. Okay, init engine, right? So as this method gets called, because if you see, it's the very first time this gets called. So this method gets called immediately after the widget is allocated in the memory. So from my understanding, actually, even before this controller gets created or instantiated, this method gets called. It didn't say that. So it didn't say it waits until initialization of the controller. Anyway, so what happens over here? Called immediately after the widget is allocated. Now here, the widget actually refers to this one. Why? Because this one uses this controller, right? So this widget gets initiated in the memory or initialized in the memory, and then this method gets called immediately. And if this method gets called immediately, here we call init engine. And if we call init engine, everything happens, right? That also means that user would join the channel. So this click triggers this one, right? Because this click triggers us to go to a new route. Our new route is voice call route, and once we go to the voice call route, our controller gets initiated, our view gets initiated, so onInit gets called, and as onInit gets called, our magic happens and we start to do the chatting. All right, so hopefully it should make sense. Now anyway, if I go ahead and run it, there would be some problems because I have tested it. Because once you go and run it, there is no way to stop the conversation. We also want to stop the conversation because we are doing the test. If we don't stop the conversation, you will see that your app, this chatting page, once you know what happens when you click on there, that page is always there, and that's annoying. So you have to reboot the whole app, and we don't want to do that. So even before we start actual testing, let's go ahead and create another method. So that method name will say leave channel. Okay, void leave channel, this one. So we want to leave the channel, which means canceling the conversation. Okay, now over here, once again, we do easy loading. Now easy loading dot show, and then over here we'll have indicator just like earlier, and a circular progress indicator. So these steps are pretty much similar. And mask type, so over here easy loading, mask type clear, and then dismiss on tap true. All right, done. And after that, we are here. Now this is the time actually we go ahead and await, and as we await, let's go ahead and click on this, and we want to pause playing the audio that was going on, or if we had anything. Okay, so player.pause. Okay, pause this one, and then we also want to set this one to false, state.isJoined.value. Okay, we'll set it to false, and then we'll also have what else? So this is the first one that we want to say has been false, so which means that the user has left. Otherwise, earlier it was a true when this on init get called. So remember, on user joined. So when we are able to successfully, this is, of course, this is the handler, right? When user is really successfully able to join the room after this, actually, then this should get true, right? And once we leave it, so we have to put it to false. But of course, that has to be called from like a button page, on button click, or a state where things changes. We check it and then we call it. All right, so we have to do that one. And then after that, here we do easy loading dot dismiss. All right, and then here we want to go back, because once that talking is done, actually we just want to go back. All right, so we know that once I click on this page appears. Now over here we will also have disconnect button. Once I click on this disconnect button, then it should end the conversation automatically, right? As well as this also should be like this page disappears after I click on disconnect button. So this page should disappear. That also means that it should take me to this page. So that's why here we have get.back. So that's how it should work, right? So hopefully it should make sense. Now this part is also done pretty much, and we are happy about this. So what's the next part? Well, okay, so as I said earlier, if I click a disconnect button over here, we'll have a disconnect button, trust me, because that state will change automatically, which I'll show you. So in that case, disconnect button would go back to the previous page, right? That also means that on this page earlier, we had some resources. When we are here, we had some resources, so we have to dispose them. So that's what we have to do first. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. So we will create a method, okay, and the method would be dispose method. So void dispose, dispose. All right, and over here would be like this, and then here we'll just say await dot, let's see, not await dot, actually over here would say player dot pause, and we'll have await engine dot leave channel. Now this leave channel, the method is from the engine itself, okay, not the one that we created. The one that we created, that would be called from UI. All right, and over here await engine dot release. So whatever we created, let's release that. Await player dot stop. So let's stop playing whatever we are playing already. Okay, all right, so yes, so these are the things that we just took care once again. So we created this assets, we set the asset over here, we created the engine, then we initialized the app, and then we registered the handler, and this is very important. And we enable the audio, which is help us to go through, and the client, what should be your role, what you are doing, and what is your role there. So as you are calling, you are the broadcaster, and then call this one. So once we try to join the conversation room, which also means that the setup has been done, then request the microphone, hey, I need to talk. All right, and after that, actually joining the room, and then we dismiss the loading button. And over here, this would be called from UI, where we say, okay, let's close the page. Actually, this method is pretty much for closing the page, the chatting page, right? and this is our dispose method. Now dispose method should be called something from here, right? Override void, override void dispose. All right, and then here we would do, I think we have to call our dispose method, the one that we created, then super.dispose, like that. Okay, and let's see, what do we have? Dispose is already defined. Then what we could do, because it's gonna conflict with the name, so that's why let's go ahead with the underscore, and the error is gone. Great. Now we'll come to our UI actually. Now from the UI itself, we need to call now we need to create this on tap event. So let's go ahead and do that. So here we'll create on tap event, on tap. So this is the phone icon, right? Now this phone icon should change. If the user has already joined, it should change automatically. Okay, now how does it change? And we already know that if the value is true, okay, so where we already joined, we show this one. If the value is false, which means user didn't join, then we show this one. And over here we pretty much do the same conditional check. So here we do controller. Let's go ahead and do that. Controller dot state dot is joined. So we get the value from it. If user has already joined, then you can, once that button is there, then we should call controller dot live, this one, controller dot live channel. Okay, because you already joined, and if you joined, then we should, the button should be responding only for leaving, which means disconnecting. Because if the user has already joined, this is actually our disconnect button. So I'm gonna click on this one. Okay, so this is the button, and this button would take me to actually leaving it, right? Leaving our conversation. Otherwise, we would say controller dot join channel, like that. Okay, and let's see, we had any errors? So no, we can't do like this because this is a method. Okay, now the error is gone, and after that, over here we are good to go. So hopefully it makes sense. If the user has already joined, then we'll see this disconnect, and which also means that if you click on this button disconnect, it will trigger leave channel, right? Okay, now let's go ahead and save it, and whatever happens over here, I'm going to click on this and see how it goes. So let's click on this and trying to connect, and it looks like we do have an issue. Voice controller. Okay, let's go ahead and check on this. So over here it says an unimplemented handling. So over here, let's go ahead and do await. Now let's save it. All right. Okay, let's go ahead and restart it. Okay, let's go ahead and click on this. So let's come over here, and then we'll click on this and then do this. All right, you see now it changes automatically. So here we are actually, and we can go ahead and do this one more time. But before that, I think we need to go ahead and implement a method which is on close, and this is also very important. So here we do override void on close, otherwise the page would not be actually closed. So it won't be dismissed. Over here, let's see. So here we do dispose and then super dot dispose. All right, super dot unclose actually. Unclose. So now with this, we make sure that our resources are released as we want. Okay. All right. Now, if things go correctly, what we'll see over here at the top, we'll see that if things go correctly, we'll see on connection, right? So if we are connected, we'll see that there is on connection method, right? Okay. Now, since this is our own method, style of doing things, so I can just put dot dot dot, which I like because it differentiates from other logs, the one you see. But so anyway, now this is what we have over here, and I'm going to restart it one more time, and we'll make sure that things are good because I have just wrote a new method over there. All right, and then I'm going to come over here. Let's click on this. Let's click on this. Okay, now let's go ahead and initiate the call. All right, and it's connecting and it's connected, and that's why here we see this one. And now let's go ahead and click on this. Now everything has been disconnected and we are back over here. Now if you see, and let's see what we see over here. Okay, what are the logs we are supposed to see? So we see your name, and we also see that on connection. So which means that the method that we have declared at the top, sorry, the printing statement, it's working, and it also printed our channel ID and a local UID. I think this one has been assigned from RTC engine itself. Okay, everything went well, and then we just finished the conversation. All right, even though we are supposed to see user has left, I don't see that it has printed the user has left. But anyway, for now, we'll skip that one. Now, this is the one that's working in a sense because over here, actually, we can join the room. And if we can join the room, actually, so our room ID was this one, so we also get that one, right? So it means that it gets this information from the server. So it's pretty solid so far. Now, what if you want to test between two devices? And then how to make sure that actually both of them have joined the room? In that case, you have to, if you don't have real device, because right now we are doing it on over here in Android, on simulators. So you can get two simulators together over here. And if you have two accounts of Gmail or Google account, then you can log in with both of them from different devices, and then you'll see that over here it works. Okay, it'll print this one, and for both of the users it'll have this. So over here I'm going to test both of them on this devices over here. Both of them are simulator, and you can do it on two Android devices or simulators actually if you have, but Android prints a lot of log messages which I don't want to see, so I'm going to go ahead and do it using iOS. Now, one thing before we go ahead and do using iOS, you have to remember this one. So let's go ahead and do info.plist over here. Now, this is this code that you should put at the end of your info.plist file right before this too. Well, even though we're on the simulator, but soon we'll also practice this thing on real device. So we need that. So make sure that you have this one. Now it actually basically requires a camera permission and a microphone permission like that. So check this out from the link or description below and just copy paste it and put it right above this to ending section, I would say. Now until then, actually we wait for this. By the way, so over here I have logged in using my different account. So this is my other account actually, and you'd be able to see that over here I have logged in. So this is my other Gmail account. It's pretty long. So go ahead and log into your account, and until then we'll wait. Okay, so now it's ready. I'm going to go ahead and click on this, and you should do the same if you're following along with me. Now I'm just going to use my other Gmail account, this one, and we'll log in. Okay. All right, so it may take a bit of time. Okay, good. Now it wants me to type in the password, which I'm going to do. Okay, we are logging in. Okay, great. So over here we'll see the log for this device. All right. Okay, now what I'm going to do, first I'm going to open up this one, and then I'm going to enlarge it, and we'll see that this user has is able to join the chat, I mean chatting room. So that's what we want to see, right? So only way to verify, because we don't have any direct communication system yet, okay, but I'll show you how to do that. Okay, so first we are in the simulator, so we're gonna click on this. Now here it already says that okay, where I am, let's see, error token expired, but at the same time, but it also looks like that our token has expired. Is the token that we created early. Now in my case it expired because I'm doing the test it's like in another day. Actually it's been almost 24 hours now. It says that a token has been expired. So if it is expired, actually it is expired because we don't see anything else from here. Now that's why it's also not connecting. Now if it is so, I'm going to also try it from this device, and this device login should be over here, and we'll see how it goes. Now we'll also take care of the token if it really expired. So let's go ahead and do that. Click on this and we'll see what it shows over here. And the same thing over here. So it says that it has been disconnected. All right, so what I'm going to do over here, okay, so we confirmed that our token has been expired. So what do we do? So we'll go to Agora and get new token, and that should work. Okay, so here was our app chatty test. So I'm going to get over here, and I'm going to one more time apply for a token, and I'm going to name it the way it was, db tag chatty. All right, generate token. And if your case has if it happened the same in your case, just go ahead and do the same thing, create copy. Right, so I'm going to close this one now, and then we're going to come at the top, so everything else will keep the same. I'm just going to remove all of it completely, and now inside this I'll write token, and then I'll put the copied token inside this, and then at the end we have to put a comma, otherwise we'll get error. All right, okay, great. Now with this we're gonna come over here, and we'll see if we can restart it. All right, so both of them are ready. Now I'm going to select this, and I'll see which one it is. So it looks like this is the one, so I'm going to click on this, and here I am. And over here I'm going to go ahead and click on this one more time, and yes, this time we are connected because the button changed. And here it says that on connection and user ID 355, right? So this is for this guy. Okay, now we'll enable another guy. Now this time what will happen, because I'm on the simulator in the same computer, it will also create a noise. Okay, so be careful for the noise. It will definitely create a noise since we are on the same network. So I'm gonna go there, so I'll verify it and close it very quickly. Okay, all right, so this is me, the other one, and in that case I just want to show this one. Let's click on this, and it's connected, and you see here the user ID is different, local user ID, and we are on the same network, same channel ID. So here the user is 836 user ID, and here 355. So which means that both of these users are in the same room, and this is the basic thing you want to do when you do chatting. Make sure that both of the users are in the same room. Now where this is coming from? For both of the users, actually it's coming from here. So it means that they have joined to the same room, and our channel ID is dvtag. So any two users right now in the world, or anyone uses this chatting channel ID, they would be able to talk with each other. Okay, so now we'll go ahead and see how to do it from simulator to real device.